Ghana for ade show musi akan e Spain me kire abrante e friend say Inaki Williams oni nunu e friend say Nico Williams enkra eba no ekire mu a anhwe na omo nso atimi aba abesi akan de ma Black Stars na eba no Inaki Williams a ade a GFA no empempi ina omo ne abrante e di nkomo se nka omra ebesi akan emfama Black Stars nya ne se ne mame ne papa nyina enso Ghana for ne mum Spain ene kokko ewo no amese nkomo twetwe na atimi du akire asa abrante ne beba nso se da bida asa yewo no Spain nti nkopese osi akan enso ma Spanish national team no ena nanse mo a na se Black Stars a qualified for FIFA World Cup 2022 abrante friend say Inaki Williams e Twitter ekoko tweet retweet Black Stars post enso ho a enkra ni kire mo na se abrante na afede kame say na adwe no asesa amanhwe a obeji atum ababesi aka ediama Black Stars na Inaki eba ebia na ne nua aye friend say Nico Williams enso betu aka ne ho a na say Ghana Football Association ene mante mienu no enso nkomo twetwe ne gusu amohwe ne mu say Ghana World Cup a mante mu mienu ebe abeka team ne ho. Black Stars defender friend say Alexander Jikusi si ameka say oko French Ligue 1 ni mu dia Ghana ni bia ni ho a we see akan do draw enso e de chen o see akan de ma Strasbourg na na wotwe ye na o see akan etoso 183 I say the chen say wabeyi Ghana captain I friend say Andrew Dede Ayew enso afiri ho na Dede Ayew no we see akan 182 enso French Ligue 1 ni mu a abrante friend say Alexander Jiku enso ababepa Andrew Dede Ayew ho Jiku ye wo no enso France France a eno sha se enso esi na kan asisi ade o see akan edema Strasbourg.
Dr. Kofi Kunedu Apreku penia odi MPP amanyoko mu akotinye pano no eno di nsemfo bia babeto dwana mpo no so de nano ato nsem a koso efa ye e-levy bi ho a sisi yaje atum ewo mache bedwam otwema asa de we ya MPP fo aye de ya de adache bia de omo betua so kaye pa esanse kwakwa ko hu sa de nye obia na pene so mache se yaje taxi yatum enso kwakwa yese se ne amon aye mo adwen se ne mo be ya na mbe ne no na che se mbe ya otwema mo be big price in there ade mo betua yie pa esanse na ma ye de ensombo na otwem se nke be ya anka taxes ahodo ne de ye nyumakwa ahodo wa Ghana no business taxes ena anka chese betum dia mom na nko metuatua na sapa se wonim se nip ade enkoyie a onipa ye twem se e-levy ye so sen na wotumi akoso agedi atumi de onu de otwem enya de se fata yie pa nti MPP amanyoko no e wo se manim ya no hwehwemu bia wo mu a omo san da ne omani na chese omo hwe ni yie sansan na e-levy no ankwa bo omo da achi bia.
Welcome to our first episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV for the year 2022. Today we are discussing a matter that has traveled with us from the previous year into the new year. A decision by the government of Ghana to impose the 1.5 tax levy on all electronic transactions has elicited public discontent. Today we have gathered a group of Ghanaians with varied backgrounds at the Apostle Spare Parts Hub in Accra to discuss the e-levy and matters surrounding it. My name is George AC, and this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We will be right back. Once again, welcome to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are delving in on the controversial electronic transactions levy. And like I stated earlier, we are at the Bosokan Spare Parts Hub, where we have with us some of the spare parts dealers as well as a student. We'll delve into the conversation and we get to understand their understanding, their knowledge and their acceptance of the levy. Let me start. Me start to our home. Me pacho e-levy no. What you are saying?
Oh, e-levy no. Idea. Me mente asem no. Kaban ne de beboa ama omai no. Empuntuo akoso. na mehwɛ sɛ de adeneti a nkebeboa ɔman Ghana sɛ wohwɛ enipa ɛte ka adodoɔ mu a ɛkɔ anka obetua to bi a 1 cedi na enipa bɛsɛ 5 anaasɛ 10 anaasɛ 8 efiri hɔ kɔ no ɛtwa mu no na sɛ obi use mobile phone na sɛ ɔgye obi a sika bi a ebetimi de aboa me feel sɛ eno momu ɛyɛ ɛsen sɛ ebegyegye to no entim de E11 ne de mete ase pa yi sɛ aban ebetimi de aboa ama ɔman no kyekyere no akɔ n'anim.
Eja also na membra also ma men start also ansa E11 aba obi e ka ne de o yo bi a ogi tu ma na say e bia wo adwen foforo de fa
de di kan meji tu mu pa de enti a meji tu mu ne say me to me no e be bo oman no e na omoji na e be bo oman na me expect say the omo susu so omo de be no omo de be me my example no minim crofobia e bi wa omo trade online. It is kind of mutuia, no mutuia, and call any government tax system there, you're calling it tax. It is a 11 now they can tax those things on it. I think, say, me prefer say a bebo man. And as I loan you call you IMF, name one name, World Bank, and to me, no, I don't side with them. Yeah, and you crew more, near and to me developing your crew.
Like I stated earlier, we have a student with us as one of our guests. As a student, how well do you understand this new policy?
Well, for this new policy, it's not good to me because when we are in school, for instance, for the SHS, the borders, when we are in school like this, we call our parents for money. So when they are sending us money through the Momo, when they are sending us 100 Ghana, we need 100 cedis at that moment. So when we are sending, when they send it and then they are taking the tax, it's like the price is too high. So I think I don't agree with the government. So they shouldn't bring it into policy. Yeah.
So we picked people with different backgrounds and expertise. Mr. Boatin is the vice chairman, right? The chairman himself of the Aboso-Okai Spare Parts Dealers Association. We will speak to him as well to get his understanding and acceptance or otherwise of the E-levy. Sir, you tell us, what is your understanding of the whole E-levy and the brouhaha surrounding it?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I see this implementation of E-levy trying as much as possible to, rope in a lot more people so that government could also, get the reside revenue to embark on its programs and policies. Every now and then we've been calling for widening of the tax net, whether it's a media budget review or the budget itself. We have been calling for widening of the tax net to try, as much as possible to include everybody. And I see, this E-levy as a way of trying to, rope in everybody so that government, could get the desired revenue. But we would like to call on the government, to listen to what the masses are saying by way of, trying to, start it from a point and then maybe increasing it gradually. If you look throughout the whole country, well, some people are against it. Some people too are saying they should start from maybe 1%. So I support those who, are yearning for the 1%. So as we start from the 1%, then maybe gradually we could also increase it. I also think people are also talking about, creating a separate account for this E-levy. They don't want a way that they will put it in the consolidated account because of monitoring. So that when they create a separate account and the money is being put into that account, then it could be easy, to monitor. So that maybe quarterly government will come and then render accounts to the Ghanaian, populace as to what they have done with the revenue, so that if people will pay, then people will not, complain. But if people pay and they don't see the benefits or they don't see the projects that the money is being used for, then it is that angle that people, will complain. So I support the idea they should start from somewhere, maybe 1%, create a separate account, not into the consolidated account, and then from time to time, maybe quarterly, they should come and render accounts to the people.
So I'll get back to you to discuss more about, you mentioned the fact that the masses seem to be having issues with the whole e-levy. So I'll come back to have more discussion about that. The patrol e-levy, no, ya can't, but you better share Ghana for baby, so I can send baby alpha home, so I'm raising concerns, baby. So what's in your Ghana for a comfort e-levy, then about it?
Yo, that's it. 11 idea we margin or maybe a task and a chichiku. Sabi yina ye 2 kwan. You call America, you call China, you call him. Penny to be brain suit to come and send you community. Mimi two, so come you chrome cry overhead, call bomb from Cocoa. And Uncle Four fast with the Yajis Kama and Kamokra Beton. Until 11 idea may support to name 1.7% and normal train. Because Sabita Fratu said, you 2,000. Near to tone social security, near to task, the Becca on some, and an million movie can. I say, as I scan, I can order 2 wireless swap. Yaka, you almost have 1.7%. And come in, Mrs. Swab, Metro by say, and car if free bear 10 CD up to bear even 1,000 and come in free. Nemum. A free obet me at all. Bibi say engine, obet me at car. Nemo scan or the coin, so but I saw transfer sky at the core. Or transfer the car, and fast system be a binding young for Subia. And once near the teacher of my media, Mrs. say, young family, near started be a best 1%. Now, Minia and this for who say, budgeting or more criticism, this cannot control. Because I'm saying, finance minister can say, I'm man for youth now, but on being a Jumaya. No more, yes, be a becan, ya jinso, near the Akoto Nafi, ya Sandia Koto, pre, and no more men support.
Public concerns on the e-levy has been very varied. A lot of people say that the argument or issue of double taxation comes in when we talk about the e-levy and electronic transactions in general. Let me ask you, sir, Oyobia, Ojidi say, e-levy and the double taxation, beba. And finally say, dear, wow, salary, yatio tax, or Oditu Momo, so yatio tax, or Seneca crack or Mama, yatino, or no sukoy yatino, ebi or no so sending more be yatino. And no, then I'll kafamu.
Well, me margin dear. Me who say, or might be a share that the tax natural mine. You know, every citizen must pay tax. And I'm moreover, so know how to get the people to pay the tax, is very difficult. So if this is the possible way the government can get the tax from the citizens, I believe it's okay. But then, my suggestion is you can't start something new from the higher side, maybe 1.75. As a charge or percentage is too much. So the government should start from the lower side before, as time goes on, he will increase it. And 2, my problem is the government shouldn't emphasize taxation on e-levy alone. It should also go to the artisan side. That's the masons and the carpentry side. He can also tax them over there so that everything will be smoothly. And I believe, sir, by then, saying and there should be good education because Ghanaians don't know much about taxation system. So the government should educate the public the advantages of paying taxes. So, Mr. Madriano.
So collectively, our guests agree that probably it's about high time government actually imposes a tax on electronic transactions. But then they believe the 1.5% that the government is imposing on the electronic transactions is on the high side. They expect government to cause a reduction in the levy. We will be back very soon to continue our conversation.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards?
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AEC. Today we are discussing the controversial electronic transactions levy, which is currently a bill before the Parliament of Ghana. We are at the Abossey Spare Parts Hub, speaking to some of the spare parts dealers as our guest, as well as a student who is also sharing his view on the electronic transactions levy. We go back into the conversation, and I asked my student guest, as a student, how do you envisage the e-levy to affect you? Your parents are sending you fees, your parents are sending you your feeding money and all that. You are supposed to make some payments here and there. How do you envisage the e-levy to affect you or benefit you?
Well, the e-levy is not going to benefit us because due to this, some of our students, especially those in the boarding house, we are all not working. As students, we are all not working. So our parents sending us money and for the MTN also taking their part from it, we are also going to get less. And then we are also not going to get the required amount to pay what you are going to pay. Yeah. So I think we are not in support of this.
You would agree with me that it is necessary for as citizens for us to pay tax, right?
Yes, I agree.
And you would also agree that government free SHS and all the other policies are, we get the funding from our taxing, right?
Yes. Exactly.
So if that is the case, would you agree that e-levy is necessary?
Still, I'm not agreeing because we are not working. But I think for those who are working, that tax should be taken from those who are working, but not from the students as well.
Okay. So we are still going to continue with our spare parts dealers guest. Eja, who be our business, who took coin, who transfer ska back and forth. Say e-levy ebe boa, say boa. Ewo we juma wasem say na hunu.
One, the juma wasem dey many problem with that. Who use word be say utukwan. Utukwan be bro hu obi man so dey ye wo. Nti a hu ne fe na wo dey gina so ahwe so nkuro no so say na ye. Oh, Casano, apart from your taxes, you pay your clear from Ghana revenue, other social security taxes, your clear your welfare. One, you won't go for people almost jump. Can I tell you, I'm going to say, I see all of me, you so I see in court, say, we do all year, Juma, but all your online trading. You are a friend, Mumu, don't pay any tax, but here we. To me, it's not affecting my business. Two, be also kind of say, Scar the command, many are get tax. So, near money, my musica, what the command driver was a juice. The risks involved on the baby and view. But Momo, no straight ahead, who transfer a corner one, no afro, Beba Mensaka. Smooth. In other way around, electronic way, no so to me, my bills. Electricity, water, I use more in pay. It saves me time. It saves me risks. Maybe sitting in car or driving to a place to buy maybe car, prepaid car. If they levy something on it, to me, you know, it has the baby. They are most important in what your motivator and they need a key way. Say if they go, say, Omoji, not your I don't have any problem.
Okay. So, government's efforts to have this levy bill passed into a law has seen some delay, and this is largely due to the opposition from the National Democratic Congress, which makes up the minority side of Parliament. My next guest is going to tell me what he makes of the resistance by the minority to the e-levy. Eja, say a e-levy you could do Parliament, a minority no. Omotra Ghana for 50 time and buying yes and Kobeya my pass e-levy. Wayama yentumi pass here. So who send a minority me egusu oppose e-levy ya then na wo kaka as Ghana ni
so me abema eno mo mo de adwen em se parliament wo no ha mo ko ene so mo fa mo ko na no se de o man yi die beba ati se other side no e che na adwen se dia e mo Ghana o ma che na adwen no side say to me ya me me yet me mo ni na me ti na kan say 207 allo efitema eba no bitua once e wo 2 meter kan ko se ni pa do say na etikai pa be ni etikai but so obi ya call pa ko bi etelo bi a sa ayi na o kana kase emu de na beboa o man no etimi no NDC for asema mo kana me ne mo nya adwen ba bia ye na ye ntu kai de anye de hweti ye hwe foreign films de bi said ye e man bi emu eti na de compare Ghana say Ghana ya kati kra enti say akonya bia ba na se bitimi afa kwan bi so ne de abobo asika no ne de ye oman bia adenti na meka che o say enye enti ada say no ma kire o mo adwen enti ye timamufo no so e wo se ye so ya adwen say de yile bi e ba daboa oman no afa enti mi mo mu die ejitu say yile bi ni emra ba daboa e mo no say you say percentage na aban no kan na do so a na timamufo no so dwen ho a ye hwe na wote so kakra na se bi ya na so on the side no e ma ye na me de yo mo ka ye ade a fa ya
we have joining us another guest who is a mobile money vendor. Let me speak to her to find out from her what she makes of the e-levy. Madam, oye mobile money transfer e-levy ebeba say na uji di say ebe boa wo ana say ebe affect we adwuma.
So as I'm an agent, make I say ebe affect my customers because almost all mobile be send this charges as now charges na e almost dey so meet you no see almost dey we ya to me yes sure say the brain no better answer and to me
ebe affect now so far most starting can e-levy asemi then na otifi customers ni nchen
the brain mo so amanya ade on message obi o discount obi be scan the call comment no person nti charges na
now one kasa wo hwa e de fa wo mfa so ene wo nyama no eno so e
se customers no mo amba mi so so no so emba
ebi cha enye necessarily say yen ka say e-levy de member but e bi a 1.5% na aban ne ka no e na nka yen te so eno so odwen wo say na nka yen te so medu be say
but ebi ombe to me 0.75 and I say
1% yeah. Okay. We speak to some of our spare parts dealers to find out from them how they also anticipate this levy to impact on their work. Chairman, tell us, you are all for e-levy, but then we would like to bring it down to what you do. How do you anticipate e-levy to benefit your work or impact on your work?
If you want to talk about the benefits that will derive from this e-levy implementation, one has to do with time saving. It saves time because if I want to maybe transfer money or send money to somebody, I just sit in the comfort of my shop and then do the transactions. Then we have issues that is also associated with risk. Like one of my colleagues said, you can go to the station, assuming you want to send money to your mother or your brother or your uncle in the village. You can go to the station and give the money physically to the driver to go and send it to whoever you want to send the money to. But that also has to do with a risk. You don't know whether the money will actually get to its destination. So these are, two issues that if you want to see to the usefulness of the e-levy, these are two areas that you have to, consider. So I see it as a good, form of a tax. One, I've already told you that it is going to rope in a lot more people. Like one of my brothers even suggested that artisans, like masons, like carpenters, organizers, they are all not paying anything when it comes to direct tax. But with the implementation of this e-levy, all those people are going to be, roped into it, and then so government will, have a lot more people into the tax net, so that if we all pay something small, then government will also be able to get its revenue.
Our mobile money vendor here tells us that she's skeptical about the threat this e-levy poses to her job and as well as her customer base. Inti say e-levy passes a sia no pay na say ochina ube juma then now ususu say ebesi.
So I said to me as an agent, you can say me no ever born me person, but my customers will be a mumba when I'm like I said, because of that, they be on sale. Will be so open or bet me as I think says a prior starts here, bet me
now Osha, the way I buy educating Ghana for FE11 1. So what you say our customers are complaining now. Would you say abaya ye juma ye our no education no? Nti Osha Ghana for te ase and I say the Osha omo nse dan te ase ye.
Like I said, binu mo te ase. Omo di omo ye. And I say once they be on omo ye so into omo te ase omo me and obi so ni. Say be a waka sa unya ta na uche say
government try on person e-levy e be affect ehia for into wa pegging no at 3,000 cedis a month into a say obi a we transaction more than 3,000 cedis a month no we are there and affect so show customer base now share nipa omo be send sika de bia na o sha sa asem na ban kan no ebe boa. A day, nipa be send this can do na send it less than 100 cedis a day. Na say do na send in your brosa. It's do na mobile ombe transaction 100. Do na sika ni less than 100. See by a buying definition, ocha na nipa na e ba onche do na ye hia for. Ana okay. So, as a business journalist, how do you evaluate the whole e-levy situation?
From my point of view, government decided in November to implement this tax measure, and it's one that government says that they intend to use it to fill revenue gaps because our budget deficit keeps increasing yearly, and all of that. Public desktop is also going quite high. So for them, it's more of a domestic revenue measure. But I mean, the sentiment so far, the sentiment on the ground from the public, it's from what I gather, is a lot of people are opposing it. Especially the issue is with the rate, the 1.75. It's a bit too high. I mean, there were some graphs that came out that were stating that you have to pay almost close above more than 40 Ghana cedis just for a transaction of 5,000. So that's quite a lot. And there's also another issue of double taxation that comes in, because the issue is that the telcos are already charging, they're giving their charge on every transaction. Now for government now to implement another charge, it's sort of, it's a double taxation. And also, in a way, I also find it a little bit discriminatory. That's my personal opinion, because let's say two people have 1,000 cedis and then they walk into a place and say they want to purchase something. One has theirs on their phone and one has theirs in cash. The one who has his own on the phone will be taxed. But at the same time, they are purchasing the same thing for 1,000 cedis. So in a way, from the sentiments on the ground, a lot of people are opposed to this. But government is still insisting that it's a revenue measure and they have to fill their gaps. But in a way, we sort of have to understand that there are lots of people that are using mobile money. A lot of people are not queuing into the banks again. So for me, it's a bit mixed. But at the same time, I think The public sentiment, I think government should go with the public sentiment.
Okay. You talk about double taxation and discrimination. Here lies the fact that somebody walks into a place to purchase and he's taxed using Momo. The person comes with cash and then the person is not taxed. Now, this government has been very focused on digitalization and digitization as well. As a business person, do you envisage that this will reverse what the efforts that governments have put in digitalization?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I believe it's going to change. It's going to cause a little bit of behavioral change because you have a lot of people now having to withdraw a lot of their monies, which is on their mobile wallets, and for them it's like it's a way. It's their little bank on their phone. So if you are going to tax them for money that they have on their phone, for me, it's going to cause a lot of behavioral change. A lot of people, you'll be having a lot of panic withdrawals, quite a lot of them. Yeah, so it's going to cause a lot.
Your work covers issues surrounding the economy a lot. And for some critics, Ghana's economy as it stands now will need more than the e-levy to be salvaged. People are asking government to explore alternative revenue mobilization avenues, as well as probably consider going to the IMF. What would you say about that?
I mean, just your final point. The IMF bit is a bit shaky because our debt stock is almost reaching 344, as at 44.5 as at November last year. So we've added almost close to about 40 billion more as compared to the last reading that came out. So I also feel in terms of revenue mobilization, the GRA can do better. There's a lot of lapses, loopholes in the tax system. So for me, the projected revenue for e-levy for this year alone, 6.9 billion. I feel like there are other resources that we have that actually make us more money, which is gold, cocoa, bauxite, even timber. I mean, we make quite a lot of money with these resources. So for me, going to the IMF, I don't know, but our desktop is in a very, very shaky stage, yeah.
So the discussion has been on e-levy, and we've had with us the spare parts dealers who believe that there is the need for government to extend and expand the tax net by including every citizen in the tax bracket. There's also been with us the mobile money vendor who also believes that the passing of the e-levy will greatly impact on her work and may probably threaten her source of employment. The student with us also spoke a lot about the impact of the e-levy on he himself as a student, the fact that if his mother or his father is supposed to send him money, this will affect him. We also had with us Mauli, a business journalist who has explained things from the business journalist perspective. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, and it has been with me, George A.E.C. Until we meet for our next episode, it's bye for now.
Again, Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing. I'm currently here in Cape Coast, a beautiful house called Raj Homes, and you guys know anytime I go somewhere new, I like to take you along. So let's see, this is where I'm going to be spending 2 nights, and of course you guys are coming along. Let's see what's in here. Let's go. I came here with Henrietta, and so I'm super excited. Henrietta is also a YouTuber. I'll share her link in the details. Please follow her, guys, go subscribe, and show her some love. So let's go. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. Like, look at this place. I love this place. Gosh. Anyway, guys, let's go in.
So just when you enter, this is what you get when you book Raj Homes. It's on Airbnb. I'll be sharing all the details in my description box. Let's check it out. This place is nice. It's very spacious, so you can have it's a 5-bedroom house, so you can have as many people. I mean, 5-bedroom means 10 10 people, so this space is really spacious for 10 people. So it comes with a stove for your cooking. Airbnb, the good part about Airbnb is the fact that you get to cook whatever meal you want. It comes with a fridge and of course cupboards to keep your items. So let's see my bedroom. So I think this place is really cute, very nice, perfect for your honeymoon, perfect for your hideout, perfect to run away from all this noise in Accra. This is also one of the rooms. Since it's an Airbnb, the guest is coming soon, but then let's have a short tour since he's not here. So this is how upstairs looks like. There are 3 rooms here and we are going to see Henrietta's room. But before we get to her room, this is how it looks like from here. I like the fact that there are so many activities to do here. Down there is a pool table. Up here is a tennis board, and this is interesting. Wow. Wow, there are beautiful places in Ghana. Okay, so we are about to see Henrietta's room.
Hello.
Hi, darling.
Hi.
Oh,
welcome
wow.
to my room.
Thank you. It's so beautiful.
Thank you.
Give me a short tour.
Okay, guys. First of all, welcome to my room. As you can see, this space is lovely and cute. This is my bed, so comfortable, guys. You have a cute wardrobe here. Of course, I put my stuff in there already. And I love this. Like, Stella, check this out. You can keep as many things as you want.
I didn't notice.
Down here. Yes, the bed is comfortable. Your TV is here, AC is here, and I love the paintings in the room. Gosh. So there's one here, there's one here. And this is the
washroom.
Washroom, very important, guys. So this is what the washroom looks like as well. Everything is sorted, okay?
So clean.
So clean, so clean.
And this is the pool area. You know how I get so excited when there is a pool. I can't wait to just go change my bikini and dip myself into this pool. I can't wait. So this place is really beautiful, and I'm so glad I have tried Airbnb this time around because this place is nice. It's leave Accra, come to Cape Coast. This is in Cape Coast. So our host helped us order some jollof rice, and it cost us 35 cedis each. How is your food?
Good.
So she's
Beef
having
jollof.
beef jollof, and I am having jollof with fried fish. So this is what we are having for dinner, and yeah, I'm super excited you all are coming along. This place is really beautiful. I'm having so much. So Henrietta doesn't know how to play the pool, so I'm going to be teaching her.
So I can play anyone?
Yes. You always have to start with the white ball. The white ball must hit any of the balls. No! Come to where the white ball is and hit any of the balls to enter into any of the balls.
Oh, okay.
Because right now nobody has.
See how I'm doing it if I'm doing it right.
Us going to have breakfast. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
So this small pack they came with, it comes with Milo, Lipton. This is so cute.
Very cute.
Very cute.
Super
Yeah.
cute.
I'm going to have breakfast, and you all know I am not a Milo person. I am a tea person. So I'm going to have Lipton, bread, and egg. So you're all invited. I woke up fine. I woke up refreshed. I woke up sweet. Cheers. So you don't usually get breakfast when staying at Airbnb. So getting breakfast while here, I think it's a plus. This is like homestay with hotel lifestyle. Well, let me know in the comment section which part of this house is your favorite so far. Mine, I'll say the fact that it has a pool and the bedroom and the kitchen. I would like to have an island in my future home. It's so beautiful. And how is your morning going? I hope you're doing amazing as I just discovered something. It looks like a garden. Let's see what's here. Oh, these are grapes. Like, wow. Let's see. Look at this. This looks ripe. And this is how the local grapes look like. Oh, this is interesting. I can get grape juice today because that was like another underground mini garden with grapes on top of the yard. This is beautiful, very serene. You can just go down there, sit there and read a book. This is the life in Cape Coast. So one exciting thing about the place is the fact that it has a private pool. Going to be our last morning, in fact our last day, and breakfast is ready. How was your night yesterday?
Great, amazing. Mwah! I enjoyed it.
And I can't get over this place. Guys, look at this. Just look at this. Look at the view. Look at this. This is our breakfast. We're going to have bread, eggs, and I really like this thing that it comes with. It has all kinds of tea. I'm not a Milo person, so I'm going to take Lipton. And yeah, and the fact that since I came, there has been fruits available for us is amazing. Last night was apples, today it's oranges and pawpaw, banana. And they also have lemon if you would want. So you're all invited. Let's have breakfast, then we will prepare to leave this beautiful home. It's been 2 amazing nights, 2 amazing days of enjoying It looks like I'm falling in love with Airbnbs now. I'm being honest. Yeah, this place is nice. So I'm going to leave all the details about this place in my description box. This is the last room, which is the master bedroom. Which comes with a jacuzzi. The good part is from the room, you have access to the balcony, which is also access to everyone in the building. And for the men who can lift, I mean, here can also serve as a gym, and also, yeah, you can be able to lift yourself from here. So yeah, here is so serene, beautiful, very airy, and the fact that there are grapes around, you can just plug. Look at these grapes here. This is I had some yesterday. It's the local grapes, unlike the sweet grapes we all know, like the foreign type. This is the local grapes. It's sweet and sour at the same time. So if you're someone who likes sugar, but this grapes is nice. So yeah. So guys, this brings us to the end of our stay here at Raj Homes, and I came here with Henrietta. Henrietta, how was the place been?
Oh, Jeffrey, we had such a good time, guys.
Yeah,
you should all come here, seriously.
The place, I think I've said enough about the place, especially the pool. The bedroom is so cute, the kitchen, the reception, the host was amazing. Look at this house, just look at this house. Like, don't you want to stay here? So this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as we enjoyed
making it.
So until next time on our next video, guys, I love you all. Let me blow you kisses, even though my hands are full. All 4 rooms cost $55 and the master bedroom costs $120. To book the entire unit, you get a big discount. This is Raj Homes. Dr. Kofi Kunedu Apreku peni a odi MPP amanyoko mu akotinye pano no eno di nsemfo bia babeto dwanampo no so de nano ato nsem a ekoso efa ye e-levy bi ho a sisi yaje atum ewo mache bedwam otwema asa de we ya MPP fo aye de ya de adache bia de omo betua so kaye pa esanse kwakwa ko hu sa ade nye obia na pene so mache se yaje taxi yatum enso kwakwa ese se ne amon aye mo adwen se ne mo be ya number ne no na chese mo be ya otwema mo be big price in there ade mo betua yie pa esanse ne ma ye de ensombo na otwem se nke be ya anka taxes ahodo ne de ye nyumanku ahodo wa Ghana no business taxes ena anka chese mo betum dia mom na nko metuatua na sapa se wonim se nip ade enkoyie a onipa ye twem se o e-levy ye so sen no wotumi akoso agedi atum de onu de otwem a enya de se fata yie pa nti MPP amanyoko no e wo se manim ya no nhyehyemu bia wo mu a omo san dane omani na chese mo hwe ni ye sansan na e-levy no ankwa bo omo da ache bia.
Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that Ghana remains relatively stable despite a number of threats, both external and internal, that could potentially undermine its security and its stability. These threats, Mr. Speaker, have become prominent in recent times, and they include crime, land and chieftaincy disputes, terrorism, violent extremism, piracy, and the activities of secessionist groups. Mr. Speaker, with regard to crime, the year 2021 was marked with a spate of criminal activities such as robbery and murder, with notable attacks on bullion vans, shop operators, mobile money vendors, fuel stations, marketplaces, forest bureau, commuters on highways, churches, among others. But Mr. Speaker, in a bid to curb these criminal activities in the country and safeguard the lives, property, and livelihoods of the citizenry, the Ghana Police Service have instituted a number of measures. In particular, Mr. Speaker, highway patrols and night patrols have been enhanced through the deployment of personnel within Accra and Tema from multiple specialized units, such as the Police Intelligence Directorate, Armed Motorbike Patrol, and combat teams. Mr. Speaker, we've also introduced the horse patrol operations. This has been launched in Accra to augment existing patrol operations and also increase police visibility. There is a shuttle service that has been introduced to facilitate the movement of police personnel from their places of residence to their duty posts. There are plans also, Mr. Speaker, to extend the formed police unit currently operating in the Greater Accra region for the Southern Command to the Northern Command in Tamale and also the Middle Command in Kumasi. Measures have also been put in place to ensure the free flow of traffic and to deter the youth who rob unsuspecting persons under the guise of directing traffic. There have been anti-motorbike operations across the country with some personnel deployed to various intersections. And also, Speaker, to ensure effective monitoring and also supervision. These days, senior police officers are assigned monitoring duties on a rotational basis to oversee all-night deployments from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. daily. And if I may add, Mr. Speaker, the informant reward system has been introduced to encourage citizens to report suspected crimes to the police in exchange for a reward. Mr. Speaker, following the institution of the aforementioned measures, there has been a noticeable, and I mean a noticeable decline in criminal activities across the country. Mr. Speaker, the first quarter of 2022 has also been characterized by some tensions emanating from land and chieftaincy programs, notably the tension between the Kusasis and the Mampusis in the Boku municipality of the Upper East region. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that in November last year, a curfew was imposed on Boku following reports of gunshots in the area ahead of the Samampid Festival, which was celebrated in December. Mr. Speaker, although the festival was observed with no major incidents, it was followed with some isolated cases of gun attacks, resulting in the death of some persons, including one police officer, Constable Regina Adjenu. Disturbingly, Mr. Speaker, between the 14th and 16th of March, there were further reports of gunshots resulting in the death of some persons and the injury of others including 3 personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, the aforesaid development underscores the need to intensify existing security measures in Boko, and to that end, Mr. Speaker, the REST continues to institute a number of measures to arrest the situation. There are ongoing investigations to unravel the individuals behind the shooting incidents. We try to make sure that all persons connected to shooting incidents are arrested as quickly as possible, and we continue to intercept arms and ammunition through the conduct of stop and search operations.
It is my profound hope that you as elected executives will commit to and focus on ensuring that all members adhere to and practice professional journalism, devoid of spins, sophistries, and rabble-rousing reportage. And I assure you, if you go by this, you will be part of parliamentary delegations. Anytime there's a delegation going, 1 or 2 of you will go with that delegation. But because of lack of trust, because of the way some of you report, you come and spoil the joy of everybody. You go and instead of reporting on what you are there for, you might have reported on an MP holding a girl somewhere. That will not benefit Ghanaians. Because part of human nature. It's just that you have man moid, but you must also admire nature. And that is allowed. And so if you can go by this, please, you will be all joy and you will be empowered. Bear in mind that journalism is not about making up stories with the intent of attracting readers and making one popular. That's not what journalism is about. Well-trained journalists have a service to render, and it's only through true and verified leads and stories that they can have an impact on the growth of society, and in particular, the growth and development of Ghana's parliamentary democracy. As Andrew Vash, the American actor, said, quote, "True journalism is what maintains democracy. It is a force for progressive social change."
Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. It's my pleasure to bring to you another wonderful guest and an exciting conversation. Akosia Ayim is from Koforidua by way of New Jersey and New Jersey by way of Koforidua. Let's get into the conversation to learn more about Akosia and why she's here with us on Diaspora Link. Okay, we are here again, Diaspora Link, with Akosia Akosua?
Yes.
Akosia?
Akosia, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so before we get into the interview, we're going to do something called choices. This is really simple.
Okay.
I give you 2 choices. You choose one and tell us why.
Okay.
All right? You ready?
You're going to get me in trouble, but okay.
I probably will. The
Yeah.
first one I think is going to be easy. I know what you're going to choose. I
Okay.
think so. All right. New Jersey or Cove Town?
Oh, that's not right. Cove Town, though.
Why is that not? Tell me why.
Cove Town's home. Cove Town's home. I mean,
You couldn't not choose Cove Town,
no,
right?
yeah,
Okay,
nah.
okay.
It's just like the family, just when you go there, it feels like homecoming. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Here's another one. Light soup versus palm nut soup.
Palm nut soup. Well, it depends on what you're having it with, actually.
Okay.
So my immediate reaction is palm nut soup because umutio with palm nut soup is like one of my favorite things.
Amutio is rice balls.
The rice balls, yeah,
Okay.
with palm nut soup. But light soup with some fufu, that bangs too.
But if you had to choose one,
Not palm nut soup
palm nut soup,
Yeah.
Amutio, palm nut soup.
on a Sunday, yeah.
On a Sunday.
Yeah.
Specifically on a Sunday.
Specifically on a Sunday.
Okay.
At Living Room in East Legon.
At Living Room in East Legon,
Yeah.
one of my favorite spots too. All right. Hip hop versus Afro beats.
Afro
Ooh,
yeah,
when
you know
Biggie
it-
come on.
I know, no, you know the thing is, it's like so. The thing is that like growing up for me, it was like all hip hop all the time.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I'm a huge fan of high life. Like,
Okay.
like Saturday morning,
Okay.
just like all high life music in my house. But also, my dad's like a huge music person, so we listen to everything. We listen to a lot of jazz, a lot of reggae, like just a lot of different stuff. But in my adult life, like I don't know if I've listened to anything but Afrobeats over the past like 7 years. I really don't.
Afro beats it is.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. How about this one? Wache versus Jollof.
Watch it.
But you know what I'm finding interesting? People don't stutter.
Yeah, no,
It's
no.
one or the other.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not like, ooh, that's a hard one. A lot of
No.
people,
You know the thing is, here's the thing. If you bring me the best plate of wache in Ghana and the best plate of jollof in Ghana,
You're gonna take
the
the
wache
wache.
is gonna taste better. Yeah.
you think so?
Yeah, yeah.
You need to come to Yame Bechere with me and have the
And then
jollof.
No, I love
Yame
jollof. I love
Bechere.
jollof. I love jollof. I love jollof. And like I do. Trust me, I do. But it's like if again you bring wache, talia, shito, stew, and nam and kusia, all that, and you put that plate there.
It's done deal.
It's a done deal.
How about this one? Radio versus television.
Radio.
Radio. So you can go without.
Well, okay, hold on. So not radio, so I'd rather listen to music than watch TV, but
Okay.
not the radio as it is right now.
No. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying. But the idea of listening to music versus watching
Yeah,
TV.
yeah.
You take listening to music.
Yeah.
Okay. We love when we play choices because it reminds us that we all choose different things every day, but our choices don't have to divide us. Our choices should actually help us understand each other better and bring us closer together.
Yes.
That was Akosia with choices. All right. Our next one is called Top 5. Top 5 is really simple. I'm going to give you 5 categories, and you give me a recommendation of your top in each.
All right, if I can
Really
find,
simple.
if I can make 5.
Really simple.
Okay.
Okay. If you could choose one book in the whole world, either your favorite book or the top book that you would recommend that everybody reads.
Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe.
Things Fall Apart. I have it on my coffee table at home. Why Things Fall Apart?
So I'm a very proud Ghanaian, grew up Ghanaian, but I think Things Fall Apart I think reading Things Fall Apart was the first time in America that I publicly felt proud to be African, if that makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yeah, and it's a great book. It's a great story. I think it encapsulates a lot of different things about the West African experience. We did a play of it in high school. It took me to South Africa for the Grahamstown Arts Festival, so it's just
Nice.
very near and dear to my heart. Yeah.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you had to choose one musical artist of all genres in the world, pick one.
That's impossible.
You have to.
I can't do it.
Just try. Just one.
One artist.
Of all genres.
Oh, Charlie. How?
For
How can I do
somebody
this
like
thing?
you in the music business, I know.
Yeah, this is not
Hey,
right.
Charlie,
My
you can
artists
do
are-
it.
my artists are gonna kill
I
me.
believe in you.
Okay,
You want me to come back?
yeah, because I feel like I have to, I feel like to be fair, like, it's like, I don't want to pick one of my
Across time.
artists.
Across time. Like, across time. Not just now, like, historical.
Andrea Bocelli?
I've never heard that name. Tell me about Andrea Bocelli.
He's a classical Italian singer who did The Prayer. One of his big songs is The Prayer.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up.
And he is blind, but he's just like a great inspiration that like no matter what, you know, life may throw at you, if you have a God-given talent, you're gonna find a way to push that through.
See?
So that's how,
See, I knew.
No, it's like I didn't want to pick an Afrobeats artist. I didn't want to pick a hip, but Andre Bush. I actually have the score from The Prayer tattooed on my body, so I guess that makes sense.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
nice. That definitely makes a lot of sense. If you can choose one food in the whole world, it could either be a specific or a kind of food, like Ghanaian food or pizza.
Thai food.
It can be Thai food.
More
than anything, you love Thai food.
Yeah.
Is Thai food better? Did you say you went to Thailand?
Mm-hmm. It's
Is
better,
it better in Thailand.
It's better in Thailand.
I was just
It's
wondering.
better in Thailand. Oh my gosh, but Thai food's amazing.
Okay.
It's just like that. I love noodles. I love spice, and I don't like fish except for in Thailand. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I need to go to Thailand.
Yeah.
All right. Favorite sport?
Football, not American football. Actual football.
Actual, see,
Mhm.
actual. So what we
Yeah.
do in America is not actual football.
No.
It's handball, but this is football.
Yes,
Okay.
it's football.
So what we call soccer and you call football,
Yes.
that's your favorite sport. You have a favorite team?
Chelsea.
Chelsea.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Go
Somebody's
Blues.
watching this going to be
Yeah,
like, oh,
I know,
Chelsea.
I know.
I don't know what
Yeah.
that means.
Blue is
but
the color. Blue is the color.
blue is the color.
I'm a Chelsea
Okay.
fan, yeah.
All right. Last one. This doesn't have to be a place that you've actually been to, but it could be a place that you want to go to. Favorite place to vacation, one place that you want to recommend to everybody that you say is your favorite that everybody should visit.
Zanzibar. I haven't been yet, but it's on my list.
Zanzibar, I haven't been. It's so many places I want to go.
Yeah, I want to see the beaches.
So many. Listen, if anybody here is watching, okay, and you just got some extra bags of cash sitting around your house,
You want to send us to Zanzibar?
send it one to me, send one to Akosia, send one to our producer, send one to our crew, so we can just go and see the places
And
we
see
want to see.
Zanzi,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you so much. Akosia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Top 5. As we continue to build the bridge in the diaspora and we begin to get to know each other and share each other's culture, an easy way sometimes is just to find out what somebody's top 5 is. Easy conversation starter, helps you get to know people a little better and a little bit more about them. So now let's get into the interview and find out more about Akosia. I am from Cove Town. And we're back. Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri again, and I am here with our guest for this episode, Miss Akosia Ayim. Did I get it right?
You did.
Can I say coast or do I need to say
No,
Akosia?
you can coast fine.
I can do coast?
Yeah, you can coast.
Coast.
Yeah,
Okay, all right,
yeah.
cool. So welcome.
Thank you for having me, Diallo.
I am so glad that I caught you while you were in Ghana. Like we're not gonna tell everybody kind of how I snatched you out the airport. We're not gonna get into that. But
I'm here. We're
yes,
here.
You are here, and I'm very, very happy because, and I don't mind our audience knowing that this is the first time we've met in person.
I know.
But we've been talking on the chat group for like a year and a half, 2 years almost.
Yeah,
right? And
almost
we've
2 years.
Side chatting and
You the prize now.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. Tell us, where are you from in Ghana?
I'm from Kufuria, Efijase in the eastern region, so total Cove Town flower on this side. My mom's entire family. Actually, both my parents are from there, but you know we're matrilineal, so
right.
From Kufuria, Efijase. Yeah.
Hey, Cove Town in the house.
Yeah.
I always say Cove Town is my town, but it's not really my town. I'm just.
It's okay. We'll
always
take
there.
you.
You'll take me. I'm accepted.
Yeah.
Cove Town, what up? What up? Linda Door, what up?
Okay.
All right. So you were born in Ghana or the States?
I was born in the States, born in New York, raised in Jersey.
Well, you just can't say New York. What's the borough?
No. So I was born in Manhattan. I was
born in Manhattan.
I was born in Manhattan,
Right,
but I'm a Jersey girl. So I was raised from East Orange, New Jersey, by way of Ghana. That's what I always say. I'm from East Orange, by way of Ghana.
Okay, but raised in New York.
Yeah, well, raised in Jersey, but it might as well have been a little Efijase. I was really raised in it was a really Ghanaian household. So it was very much like Tree is actually my first language. Technically, I didn't learn English until I started preschool, really.
Wow,
Where I
nice.
learned them both in tandem, I guess you would say.
So you still speak Tree fluently?
Yeah. I mean, my brother would probably say I'm not fluent, but I pass.
But you pass.
Yeah.
You speak it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you grew up in the U.S., right?
Grew up in the U.S.
So let me understand this. Your family had moved to the U.S. prior to you being born?
Yeah, so parents immigrated to the U.S. My dad did grad school in the Soviet Union. My mom did grad school in London. They met here, had me, and then had my brother. But we started coming to Ghana when I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old. And we'd spend like the full summer here. So I would spend like 3, almost 4 months a year in Efijase.
Okay, and you did that like for like...
I did that until I was like 14 or 15 years old.
Oh, so for almost like 10 years, almost like 10 years in a row.
Yeah.
So even though you are a native Ghanaian and you were born in the U.S., Ghana was never something foreign or far away.
Never.
Because you said growing up in your house was like being in your hometown.
Yeah.
And you travel every summer.
Yeah, so like, and in Efijase, the way my grandmother's house is, it's like, it's a compound, so my mom is one of 8, and like all the sisters have their own like little house, like in the compound. All my, like me and my cousins are all still very close. I was literally in Covetown yesterday. And so we're all still very close. Like my cousins have kids of their own now, and I am really grateful for how my parents raised me because Ghana never feels strange when I'm here. I'm very comfortable here. My brother can drive from Accra to Koforidua by himself. And so, yeah, it's a blessing, honestly.
Nice. So from the time that you were about 14, did you still keep going every summer, or did you have was there a point where you kind of had a gap where you didn't come back to Ghana?
Yeah, big gap. So I went to boarding school in the States at 14. And kind of like, that time it was like new things, new experiences. So that's when I started traveling to other places. I came to Ghana the summer before college. And then I did like a 7 or 8 year stretch.
In Ghana or
back at
in
home
the States?
in the States.
College.
Yeah, college, and then a few years after college, it was like a 7 year stretch where I didn't come. I didn't come to Ghana, which was really, really tough. But I think I also like spent a lot of that time seeing other places in the world.
But you were still in touch with your cousins and your family.
We talk
here.
all the time.
You
I
just
just wasn't here. Yeah.
Got you.
And then I did another trip when I came back here before I started my MBA, and that was in 2014. And then since then, I've been coming back like every year.
Okay, so your MBA.
Yeah.
And your concentration was?
Culture, arts, and media management. So that's how I pivoted from business to the business of music.
Of music.
Yeah,
so that means that worked for you and your family because
they accepted it.
They accepted it.
They
accepted it. Okay, so after your MBA, Cambridge, UK, you went back to New York.
I stayed in London for like another year. I was trying to get into like some work there. It was like the very beginning rumblings of Brexit, so it was really hard to get a work visa. So then I ended up coming back home, and I started my agency.
Okay, so before we get into the agency, you mentioned something. You said when you took that gap in time before you came back to Ghana, you said you began to travel.
Yeah.
So where are other, was it Africa, was it Europe, or was it just the whole world?
I think I started mostly in Europe. Yeah, so well, I did South Africa. I did do that. Then I did France, Italy, London for the first time before the MBA, Germany, and then I started bouncing over to Asia once I started the MBA because it was closer. So I've done Thailand, China, and Bali.
Nice.
And then recently I've started to explore South America. So yeah, I love to travel. Like,
I love
I have my passport.
America.
I would show it to you, but it's kind of crazy. Like,
No. Trust me. You know what I did is when you get a new passport, you're supposed to turn the old ones in. I was like, I'm not losing my stamps.
No, they didn't even ask me.
I kept it. So now we're going to do something called African 60.
Okay.
So African 60, as you know from watching our show, is when we ask our guests to name as many African countries as they can in 60 seconds. So since Akosia loves to travel,
this is gonna be
and
embarrassing.
no, it's not embarrassing. There is no win or no winner or no loser in this.
Okay.
So you get 60 seconds.
Okay.
We're going to keep track.
Okay.
And just name as many as you can. You know, I'm gonna give you some hints. Like, you know what?
No,
Sorry.
let's do it. Let's do it.
I wasn't gonna give you a hint. I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I'm not going to because I haven't done that with anybody else. Okay. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Mali, Guinea-Bissau, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Egypt, Morocco, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, Benin, Togo, Niger, Chad, Botswana, Lesotho, South Africa, I'm starting to, Ethiopia, where haven't I touched yet?
Good job.
Shoot. There's, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, there's another M1 after Mali. Yeah, now you're crying away from. Sierra Leone, Angola,
Three,
I can get one more.
two,
I'm good.
one.
I'm done.
All right, no, I counted 25. That's great. I counted 25.
Okay.
That's great. You know what? Even when you know, what I realize is that even when you know these African countries, when somebody asks you,
if the whole map goes blank.
you start trying to look for east, north, west, south.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we get into your agency, which I do want to talk about, you mentioned traveling. Now, when you were traveling, were you traveling for work or just enjoyment? Just, I want to see the world. I want to.
A little bit of both. I mean, I think like my parents bringing us to Ghana when we were younger, like I got used to planes very easily. Like we would travel here. Some summers we would come on our own. So when I was younger, it was definitely for enjoyment because I wasn't working. But with the agency, I've gotten to travel for work as well. But I just need to be on a plane like every 3-4 months. Like
it's just.
I get it. Honestly, like when the pandemic started, I'll be honest. Like the beginning of this year was very difficult for me because, and I couldn't pinpoint what it was. And my best friend was like, "It's because you've been in the States for like over a year." She's like, "We need to."
You haven't left.
Yeah, she was like, "You need to get on a plane." So we did that. We went to the Bahamas and we had a great time. And it just kind of like that was the beginning of 2021 for me, honestly.
That allowed you to be like, you know what? Let me get back in my swing of things.
Safely, of course. Like respectfully.
Respectfully, safely. Yeah.
But I had to do it.
No, I get it. So I'm gonna go back a little bit. There was a gap from you coming to Ghana.
Yeah.
Talk about what some of the differences are that you noticed in Ghana
when I came back
during some of those gaps, right? Because I'm fairly new to Ghana. A lot of people don't know that. Like,
you're like the king of GhanaWeb TV,
right? So, but I'm fairly new to Ghana. So like I have friends who've been traveling here for 20, 25 years, so they remember the stages of development of Ghana.
Yeah.
Talk about some of the things you notice. I mean, infrastructure-wise, as well as just socially and culturally.
I think for some of the things that hit me the hardest is when you're making that drive from Accra to Koforidua, because you literally see how the towns change, or towns that weren't really towns before are now like bustling centers, or like roads that were not done before. Like I remember the first time we came when they had really done that road. I can't remember like they had really done the road, and I remember like dreading when I was a kid going from Koforidua to Accra because it was such a long ride, and I was just kind of like, this is just a waste of time. And I don't remember exactly which year it was. It might have been after that stretch. And now the ride is like 2 hours max, and that was a huge. Right. I was like, okay, that's crazy. Like just how something as simple as a road can like really just change your entire experience.
I am so happy that they just paved. I'm not even sure which part it is. It's before you get to Adoso, but it's after. I think it's after Mamfi, before you get to Adoso.
I know the stretch you're talking about. Yeah.
You cross over the little bridge, and we used to have to do this around the potholes, and now they just paved it.
It makes it so much easier. So I think definitely that. I think when Kotoka got its first Reno, that was definitely a big moment because, again, like I remember coming in and like
Terminal 2.
Yeah, and like the baggage claim, and like I remember this one year. This is a little bit embarrassing on my part, but I remember this one year like I landed at Kotoka and I didn't recognize my bag. I literally was the last person in the baggage claim, like, wait, and I saw this bag and I was like, that can't be my bag. It was so dark in there, I didn't recognize the bag. And so it was like literally the last bag on the tarmac and I picked it up. So definitely that. And then I think also just like all the like nightlife that's popped up. Sorry, that's new.
Right.
So just like coming back in restaurants, clubs, bars. But then there are like some things that I'm just kind of like, which is comforting that are still here. Like, I feel like people who are just now coming to Ghana, there's certain things that like y'all haven't gotten to experience, like Frankie's. Like Frankie's to me.
Osu?
Yeah, but like Frankie's has been there. Frankie's has been there for time. Like, and when I was a little kid, like that was the thing to do is like, oh,
Go to Frankie's.
we're going to get ice cream at Frankie's. And so just like, as you know, so like seeing that stuff. When Pinkberry came out, I was like, oh, Pinkberry, let's go to Frankie's. Yeah. So
I want frozen yogurt. I want ice cream.
I want ice cream. Or like, you know, some of the like the old school restaurants that are still around. So like, yeah, but it's always great to come back and like even the little things that you notice and watch Ghana just really, I think we're in like a blossoming stage. It's happening very quickly, which I think can be a little scary.
Yo, I tell people all the time, I say, listen, being from D.C., you know, downtown D.C., in D.C., you see cranes everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
I'm like, Accra's like D.C.
Yeah,
It's
just
cranes
things popping
everywhere.
up. Yeah, apartment complexes.
Everywhere.
People are building their own homes, like, so, but I think the two big things would definitely be like the major buildings, like, or the major infrastructures, like the airport or whatever, and then the roads. Like that's like the immediate change that you see when you land. Yeah.
So culturally, how did that help influence you coming back to Ghana more often, or working with Ghanaian artists, or just like? Did it make you any prouder to be Ghanaians per se?
I don't know if I could be any prouder. I'm a proud Ghanaian.
Wait, when you said
like,
your house was like your hometown, so it wasn't like Ghana was never this far away thing or place, even though you're a Ghanaian.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can always feel more pride about Ghana and like kind of like, you know, Ghana being put on the map, like, you know what I mean? Like now it's like the cool thing, like, oh, like, you know, before it was kind of like, oh, you're from Africa. It was like this, Africa was this like big
You weren't even
thing.
from Ghana. You was just from
this place,
this
exactly.
big old country.
Exactly. Now it's like, oh, you're from Ghana, oh, like, you know, now Vic Mensa and sang Koforidua and his songs, like, you know what I mean? Like it's a different thing. So I don't know if it didn't make me any like prouder to be from here.
Can I hold on? Did you see Vic Mensa's freestyle on LA Leakers?
No, I thought he was going to say about the freestyle on TED Talk.
Before we get into this hip hop, I just had to ask because I watched Vic Mensa's freestyle with bananas.
It was good.
Trust me.
He's phenomenal.
Trust me. When you see that joint, it's bananas. Anyway, I'm sorry.
And I'm going to go look it up. Apparently he's from Covetown, so.
Yeah, he was just here.
He was just here. He spent a lot of time here. He spent a lot of time here.
Goes, yeah. So dope.
But so it didn't make me want to come here more, but I did become more intentional about my time while I was here.
Okay.
So it definitely made me start looking more into kind of like, you know, do I want to start a business here? You know, I have land here, but what am I going to do with that land? Kind of like those. So it definitely became a different conversation. Because
which is different from coming home just to visit
just to see my family, exactly.
And exploring business opportunities in the UK and in America. Now it's just like, wait a minute, this is my hometown. It's also a viable place to invest and do business.
Absolutely, yeah. So that definitely shifted a lot. Yeah.
So we're going to take a small break.
Cool.
We'll be right back. More with Akosia, Coast City, Koforidua Flowers in the building. We'll be back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. we're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. We are back on Diaspora Link with Akosia Ayim Kofordia Flower.
Yes.
Can I just say that after your name every time
Every
I say
time,
it?
yeah.
Can
Just
I say
scrap the MBA for Kofordia Flower after. Why not? Why not?
That'd be crazy, yo, if instead of people putting their degree, they put like their city or just like Akosia Ayim KF. People like, what's the KF? Like, come to Ghana.
And find out
Come to
exactly.
Ghana,
I
I'll show you.
like that. I like
All right, so you got your MBA.
Mm-hmm.
You grew up a proud Ghanaian. Ghana was never far away. It was in your home.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. This is let me know. Did you guys pound fufu in your house in New York?
So if we could have, we would have, but we didn't, because in East Orange we grew up in an apartment building, so we were on like the 14th floor.
People would complain.
Yeah, well, yeah. So no, we weren't pounding fufu, but so my mom being the oldest, obviously like one of her older sisters brought her to the country, but like she was often like the first port of entry for everyone else coming through.
Gotcha.
So it was a small apartment, but it was always full.
Always full.
Yeah.
Always people coming through.
Yeah. Which I loved it. So.
But you always had that traditional Ghanaian food coming out the house.
Yeah, I didn't eat anything else. I like have one of the early memory I have is like just like begging my mom like to make me like a fried salami sandwich. I don't know where I had it. I don't know where I had a fried salami sandwich, but I was like, I don't want emutio. I don't want jollof.
I want a fried salami sandwich. You probably had it at a bodega. You probably went to a bodega or something like that.
Probably went somewhere I wasn't supposed to go and had a fried salami sandwich. But nah, very Ghanaian house. But we weren't pounding fufu, but we did have it like every Sunday. Yeah.
So let's talk. So tell us the name of your agency. Talk to us a little bit about what you do. I know you mentioned about your passion for the arts and being a creative. Let's find out about more how you dove into that.
So my baby, the name of the agency is Meraki Africa Agency. We're a small boutique creative agency. We work primarily with African artists and Black and Brown-owned music and media companies.
Okay.
So we offer digital marketing services, a lot of strategic work around branding and partnerships, event production, and then talent management. So for like the American brands, I've worked with Black Girls Rock.
Okay.
I've also taken on contracts that aren't like directly related to that area just because it's a new business. So I worked with Travel Noir before the acquisition. And then to come back to the continent, I've worked with Afrochella since like day one. And then
shouts out to the Afrochella
big
team.
shouts to the Afrochella team.
Shouts out to my man Kenny. Shouts out to Abdul.
Yes.
Shouts out to the whole squad.
Those are my guys. Tiffany, that's the family.
Yeah.
I love them.
And I haven't met, like, I keep seeing their post about the women behind Afrochella.
Bro, the women,
but I've never met them.
The women
because
on the actual, like, the core Afrochella team, so not me as a consultant, but the core Afrochella team are like, and I love that, like, Dula and them give those women, like, their due where they actually have, like, precedent about it, because it's so important.
Yes,
because especially, like, in the music industry, like, especially with Afrobeats, like, women are literally the driving force behind Afrobeats, and we haven't gotten our due just yet, so to see the Afrochella team really put their women on a pedestal is beautiful. They are powerhouse women.
I see.
They, like, literally put, like, the pedal to the metal, and they get it done, so super excited for it to come back this year. Like, love them.
I'm looking forward.
It's gonna be lit.
I am looking forward.
And then artists, so I've worked with, produced a listening event for Jules when his EP Colors came out in New York. Worked a lot with Kwams and Flavor. Currently working with DJ Quia. Have some other artists in the pipeline that I can't mention yet.
No,
but
I understand.
Yeah, but it's been like it's been just like little things here and there that have kind of turned into bigger things.
Right.
But yeah, the focus of the agency is just all about using really like the experience that I've gotten from my education and my background to uplift companies and artists that like often won't have the budgets to go to maybe like a bigger name agency or directly to a record label. So kind of like building them up in that pipeline.
But helping them understand the business of the music industry and providing some
providing the service, same level services that
you might normally get from a larger company.
Yeah. That's the aim. That's what I'm going for.
Yo, let's talk about this though, right? We about to get into this because I love music. I've managed a few artists. My son is a drummer, even though he's a jazz drummer.
Yes, jazz.
Some years ago, and in my studio in DC, we still offer African dance fitness classes, which uses Afrobeat. Shouts out to Akoso and Asa, my little cousin, who created that.
Love that.
People have been listening to Afrobeat before they knew it was Afrobeat,
Correct.
right? That's one. Number two, I want you to break down for me Afrobeat
oh my gosh.
and Afrobeats. Why? Because my family is like
this is such
they are like they be like, yo, people don't know, like they're historians, they believe in protocol, they believe in like
so
talk to me about Afrobeat versus Afrobeats.
And the thing is, like, I'm gonna get crucified for this, but I think everyone has like everyone delineates the two differently, right?
Okay.
I'm actually like doing a lot of research on this right now because what we're seeing happening right now with like Made in Lagos and like Burna Boy's, that like there's this narrative coming out now. It's always been there, but it's becoming commercialized now that Afrobeats comes from Nigeria, right? So, which it doesn't. So to me, personally, please, nobody should enter my DMs.
Say it to them in tree. Say it to them in tree.
But to me, it's like when you think about Afrobeat without the S, that is a very specific genre that is attributed to Fela Kuti, right? It's this like political social commentary based music that he made with all the instrumentation that everyone like knows and loves about like his sound, right? When you talk about, and the thing that people end the conversation there, what people don't talk about is the fact that even Afrobeat, even in Fela Kuti and all of his legendness, that sound came from Ghana. He came here and he studied here under our great high life artists and took that sound and then added social commentary to it, and that's what made Afrobeats to me. I think is the commercialization of that music, and I think that that's kind of where people feels a way about it because I feel like people want the differentiation to be that it's a different genre, and I'm like, it's not that it's a different genre. It's made into pop. Like pop is not just white music. Pop is anything that's like mainstream commercialized. So I think that Afrobeats is the pop version of Afrobeats.
No, but that makes sense to me because, let me tell you why that makes sense to me, because music came before the music business.
Correct, yeah.
And in order to cross over, in order to sell units, and in order to make money and get paid, and adapting to the music business is probably what helped to, right? And the modern sound.
And you have to name it in order to commercialize it, in order to sell it. And so I think this is kind of like for us in the industry, it becomes a conversation because it's kind of like there's Afro pop, there's Afro swing, there's Afro R&B or whatever this is. And so the conversation that I'm having now with my friends in the industry is all of that Afro beats. And for the purposes of publishing, yes.
You know what? You know what? And that's what I was about to say. What people need to realize is, I mean, for publishing, for your royalties, for where you get placed in the chart,
right?
Especially if you're doing something that you're considering for Grammys, like
you have to.
Like Burna Boy's team was extremely smart world music.
Yes,
right?
So you have to like, but it doesn't take away from the fact that this sound has a history, right? And what I don't want is for people to forget that history is rooted in Ghana. So like Afrobeats, it has a bunch of different sounds. Like it comes from hip life, which comes from high life, like, you know, live instrumentation.
Shouts out to Reggie Rockstone.
Period. You know, it has all of that in it. But I think for like the purposes of this like big boom that we're seeing, all of that can be, and I think a great example is Jules's latest album. I don't know if I would call that album Afrobeats, but for Jules to get the recognition and accreditation that he deserves,
right?
Like I would want them to put that forth because now the Grammys is going to soon be recognizing or should soon be recognizing Afrobeats as its own
category.
Yeah, I think it's kind of
outside
like the way
of world music, because
it needs to be. World music is such a
broad.
Yeah, it's such a dumb thing. But
you said a dumb thing? Tell me why.
It is.
Why?
Well, it's kind of like, I think, and this is a larger conversation, but it's kind of like the whole world's perspective for so long has been put through the eyes of the West, right? That's why there's a world music category, because all the music awards that we're trying to go for are based out of the West.
Outside, so world is everything outside of the West.
Yes.
Okay, I get that.
So I'm just kind of like, what does that mean? Like, you know what I mean?
That.
So, but you kind of have the same way that, you know, the Latin American world has their own sound. Like, not every reggaeton song is actually a reggaeton, but it works for them because they get to move up in the industry through that. It's a kind of a similar thing.
So you said that they're going to add an Afrobeat section to the Grammys.
I think they should.
You think they should? Tell me why you think they should.
Or if not an Afrobeat section, then I think they need to think about what this world section actually means. I don't think it makes sense to. The Grammys is an American institution,
right? I was about to say, it's an American institution. It's an American award.
It is. But America is also it's not just America. It's a global. It's a
melting pot.
It's a melting pot. It's, you know, globalization is huge now, and for a lot of intents and purposes, whether we like it or not, it is in the middle of everything, right?
Right.
So I think that there's an obligation to really parse out what this world category means. So maybe I don't know that Afrobeats is big enough to warrant its own. We have our own award shows for that, right? But I think certainly world should be split into maybe even continental or or regionally, or I don't know,
because
something.
So I'll give you an example. There are people who are listening to Emma Piano and they don't know that it's not Afrobeats.
Correct.
Because it blends so well.
Right.
Right? So I love what you just said about regionally, because I think regionally you kind of get that same feel. And South Africa has always been connected to this deep house music, this kind of deep house blues. And Emma Piano for me feels like an extension of that.
Right.
But one of the things I love, though, is how, in some ways, it's all seamless. A good DJ can blend it all.
Right.
Now, let's talk about how hip-hop has influenced the culture. Or do you think that hip-hop has influenced the culture? Because I just remember when I first...
The Afrobeats culture?
Well, just African popular music culture, right? Because I remember when I first started coming to Africa, my first time was in '88 and other times. In the 90s, as I got older, it was like everybody was just like, yo, you from America? Tupac. It was just like everybody was just all Tupac. If you from America, then you love Tupac.
Okay.
And then I remember watching and seeing the videos, even the dress, the pants hanging down. Like, it just looks like hip-hop has had an influence, but I don't know enough to know that these things weren't happening on their own.
I mean, I think there's definitely I think America has had a lot of influence on, I mean, you said Tupac. I thought you were going to say Celine Dion. Because if there's one thing Ghanaians love, it's some Celine Dion. I think hip hop has has an influence on everything. You know what I mean? And I think we certainly see even in the earlier days, when I think of a Tic Tac, or what are these boys called? Some of the earlier groups, even though they were still doing what was right before hip life, it still had this hip hop, this kind of rap,
this kind of swag to it.
Yeah. So I don't know I don't know how we can quantify it, but it definitely exists. And even now, with the drill movement, we know exactly where that came from. So,
even though I don't know what they saying, the spirit.
No, the spirit is there.
And the vibe
is there.
It's like no limit. It feels.
And the thing that I love about this song, Kweku Frimpong, Ede Asambeba. What I love about that song is that it's drill, but it's drill. It still feels Ghanaian. I feel with some of the earlier stuff, it was kind of at least from what I heard from the States, it's kind of okay, yeah, they're doing drill and it sounds good, but it's drill. It's not Ghanaian. Where's the Ghanaian part?
Where's the Ghana part?
And I think that now, with how the movement is growing, the Asaka, all of them, they're starting to find their own sound. They're putting their own spin on drill, and I think that's what's gonna make it go global. It definitely has the potential to go global, I think. So it's exciting. The hip hop is everywhere.
So from an agency, an executive perspective.
Oof, executive. That's a big word.
No, it's your company, right? And it's a boutique company. You grew up in New York. You traveled back and forth to Ghana. You've been around the world. The time you travel to Europe, you see how much young white kids love African music, love hip hop music. Where do you feel like Afro beats and just popular young African culture, right? Because I see way more similarities than I do differences. Right?
Between hip hop and Afrobeats?
Yeah,
oh,
like
yeah.
just the culture of our culture, right? Because now you know everybody always says do it for the culture, and then sometimes I'll be like, exactly which culture are you doing it for, sir? Like, but this generation that we have that kind of came up for me under hip hop.
Yeah.
We have there's something, right? I don't know what to call it, but there's something. But from an executive standpoint, where and how do you see hip hop and Afro beats making more collaborations? We got Tim's on CLB, right?
Yeah.
You got and he has who was that on Controller?
Yeah.
Drake has some.
Yeah.
Like I think it's a match made in heaven, and I want to see more of it. But from an executive, where do you see?
No, I think I think that like a lot more collaboration between hip hop and Afrobeats will and should continue to happen. I think the biggest thing is just like authenticity and like just a genuine melding of the music. So we've had a lot of hip hop Afrobeat collaborations. Snoop did a dog with D'banj.
Right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so it's not like a new thing.
Right.
But a lot of those songs don't hit because I feel like sometimes either the Afrobeat artist will try to be too hip hop, or the hip hop artist will try to be too Afrobeats, and it just doesn't it doesn't seem authentic. So I think like something my artists tell me all the time, like I'll be like, oh, I want you to do a collab with this artist, and they'll be like, okay, just invite them to the studio, let's just have a session. We're not recording anything, like we're recording, but we're not. Let's see like what the sound is and if it melds together, and like, and also if they genuinely like each other.
Right.
Like I think that there needs to just be more like networking. People need to meet up more, which I think it's great now that like artists from the States are coming and from the UK are coming to Ghana, spending time here.
They need to come and eat fufu with their hands.
Yeah, like exactly. Like they're coming, they're spending time here, they're like loving it, they're and vice versa. So I think like the more that happens, we're gonna get this very beautiful sound where you can get each of both without it sounding like harsh, like it's separate, you know what I mean?
Got you.
Yeah.
This is my last question for you because we're running out of time, but it's a big question.
Okay.
As a former artist manager and somebody who follows this, what do you think, can I ask this? Let me ask it.
Ask it.
What do you think is going to take for us to get legitimate PROs in Ghana, in Ghana and Africa, and to really get the digitalization of music up to par so African musicians can get paid for their royalties? Because I swear to God, if African musicians get paid for their royalties on this continent
it's done.
and around the world.
It's done. Yeah, so PROs, performing rights organizations.
Yes, performing rights organizations. For those of you who may not know, like our producer and our guest knows about this.
Money. It's going to take money.
It's just money.
It's just money. Like, I think, like, there are people now who, especially, so I think, like, I'm from the States, right? But the UK has been, like, again, don't crucify me, but, like, the leader in, like, Afrobeats off the continent, right?
It's
just facts. Facts are facts, right? I think the U.S., we're still trying to figure out kind of, like, what our role is. I think what the role is going to be is on, like, the DJ and production side and, like, events and stuff like that. When it comes to, like, talent and kind of, like, the infrastructure that we're trying to build, I think we're going to end up following the UK's model, which may or may not work. We'll see. But I think it's really just money. Like, I think there are enough people now who have a vested interest in the industry, like the infrastructure, the operational efficiency of it, that can come in and like build it out. Like you even see like Audiomack has like very firmly planted their foot in West Africa. Like I think others will follow. But
I
even
think Universal Nigeria or other record labels
Sony,
and people
they're coming. Like
they're toying around with it a little bit.
And then also the people who've already been here. So even the DSPs that are already here. So you think of like a Boom Play or Afro Town, Antoine's company. So the players are here, I think, for the most part. I think the big difference between the success of Nigerian artists and the success of Ghanaian artists really is just it's the push behind it. It's the money. You need to spend money to make money.
Somebody drop that bag in Ghana. We see y'all.
Right.
Stop going to Sandbox and drop that bag on some of these artists.
You know, so the artists are working really hard. I know there's a lot of talk in the media about what artists aren't doing right and this and that, but I think also like the artists need a support system. You know what I mean? That's what Meraki hopes to provide. Like I'm very intimate with all of my artists in the sense of like I want to know about your issues. I want like even if it's something that I cannot help you with like directly, I still want to know because all of that influences how you're moving as an artist. You know what I mean? So if I don't know about it, then we can't start thinking of solutions to help you get over that hump. So yeah, it seems like an easy answer out, but I really think that all the other pieces are here. So we just need to flush the system with some cash, put it in the right places, and see what happens. Right hands, right places, and see what happens. Yeah.
Okay, I know I said last thing, and I know my producers are going to kill me, but I got to get one more thing out of you. For people interested in entering the music business in Africa, artists or executive producers, give us one nugget, right? Because now year of return, so many people coming back and forth. We had this artist, Zakisha, who did How I Moved to Ghana. She kind of blew up, and I see that a lot,
so
right?
Funny.
What is one solid piece of advice specifically for artists or executives in the music business who want to do business between the UK, the US, and Ghana, Nigeria, Africa? Well, give me one nugget.
Network, just meet people. So one thing I will say is that like, so for Year of Return, we had so many events for like artists and people in the industry, and they were like some of the most poorly attended events of the season. I don't think it was a marketing issue. I just think people didn't know what they were going to get from it.
Got you.
So I would just say like, once you land, like network, you know, people are friendly, like, you know, DM people, find some PRs who really know what they're doing on the continent, find some business managers who have been doing well, and just like go to these events, meet people, share your EPK, make sure your EPK is on point. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Network. Yeah.
Okay, for all you aspiring artists, if you don't know what an EPK is, you might want to choose a different career. No, I'm joking. It's an electronic press kit.
And also invest in your engineering. Invest in your engineering. I know it's hard because it's expensive.
Sound quality.
Yeah, but invest.
Makes a difference.
Yeah, it does.
Akos.
Yeah.
Akosia.
Yeah.
Cove Town Flower.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
This is a
having
great
me.
way for us to meet for the first time in person.
I know.
Right?
We're jealous.
But now, you know, now we're
Now it's
there.
a done deal.
Done deal. Thank you. Cove Town Flower, Conforgia Flower in the building, our hometown.
Yes.
We wish you so much success with Meraki.
Yes, thank you.
With Meraki Agency and your travels. Have a safe trip
Thank
back.
you.
I'm sure we'll see you here again
Very
soon.
soon.
Thank you for taking the time out of your day. We snatched you from the airport to come here to do this interview.
Yeah, people will not believe it. But thank you so much for having me. This was so much fun. And yeah, can't wait to see you guys in December.
Thank you all for tuning in. Another episode of Diaspora Link. Akosia.
You're doing great things around the world.
Thank you for joining us for another exciting, interesting conversation here on Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri again, and we thank you for joining us for this most recent episode. We will end today, as we always do, with some ancestral wisdom by way of proverb. Today's proverb is, "The rain may beat a leopard's skin, but it does not wash off his spots." Take that with you, and we'll see you next episode.
You cannot be a leader and not have followers. It's not possible. You're not going for a walk. You need to have followers. Likewise, can you not be an irrepressible follower and expect to be a revered leader one day? You know, if you desecrate these two, you cannot be a chief. And if you don't know how to serve, you cannot be served. And so those who are following today, please try as much as possible not to be irrepressible. If you are, you've lost the way. One can disagree. That is normal, it's natural. And that in the contemporary times in which we are, you know the problem we have. Money and patronage. These have become principal factors in the number of followers that a leader can have. But I dare say that altruistic leaders with conscience know that real followers are those that have a buy-in into the vision and agenda of their leaders. The buy-in into the vision and agenda of your leader, not just what you get from your leader. Those are the real followers. And I can assure you that in my application of the stick and the carrot, I reward those who buy into the agenda, not those who come asking every day for something to go home, you know? And they get more than those who come demanding from you. So don't allow money and political patronage. And that's one of the things we intend to fight within these 2.5 years. Money and political patronage, so that by the time we get to 2025, we have a different ball game. Parliament today, the government party always have a lot of the members bought by the executive through patronage. They are made chairs of boards, members of boards, chief executives of some institutions, and they are members of parliament. You know? So how can you come and criticize the same thing that you are involved in? That is patronage, political patronage. And we are going to look critically into our constitutional provisions to make sure that we don't allow this to continue. It's not part of the concept that we have in the 1992 Constitution. And it's clear in the 1992 Constitution that for you to hold an office of profit, you need a certification from the Speaker. But who are the speakers? When usually the presidents brief over their shoulders, and when they have a mob of a large number of majority, you know, pushing them behind to do what they think that is right for them to do. I am not under pressure, and I can sail my own boat, and I intend to do that. Before anybody is given that appointment, the Speaker must give a certificate. It's not just for the President to just sit and dictate and co-opt everybody and leave Parliament with only the minority to rather be critical of government actions and inactions. That is not helpful to our democracy, and we have to crack the whip on this matter.
This country is likely, most likely to face load shedding in the next 2 years if urgent steps are not taken from this moment to increase our power generation. I say this on the basis of facts. For example, on the 15th of February 2022, our peak power demand was 3,343 megawatts. On the 15th of February, just about a month and a half ago. That was the highest peak demand for power. On that day, our available power was 3,527 megawatts. We had a surplus of only 180 megawatts. Only 180 megawatts. So we were dangerously close to matching peak demand with total available supply. Remembering that the demand for power consumption, demand increases between 7% and 15% every year, year on year. And it takes a minimum of 3 years to bring on stream a new thermal plant. We seem to be sleepwalking into a situation of possible power outages as a result of supply limitations. I believe I have a responsibility to draw this country's attention to the danger we're facing. Fortunately, the Minister for Energy, when he took office, stated that there was the need for new generation. Most people did not take that statement he made seriously. But we are creeping towards the abyss. It behoves on some of us to draw the attention to policymakers that we need to increase power generation. We are limited by the propaganda that we have witnessed in the last couple of years of excess generation. And because of that, we are sleepwalking into the abyss. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, you can interrogate the issues yourselves, do a bit of research, but let me state that installed capacity is a different ball game from available capacity. A good example, let me use the Akosombo Dam. With an installed capacity of 1,020 megawatts, if we operate the Akosombo Dam on a continuous basis above 800 megawatts, the reservoir will be compromised.
It's the month of March and we are repping Ghana as she celebrates her 65th independence from British colonial rule. And we at GhanaWeb have made it a point to, during this period, get you and bring you a series of beautifully written stories, features, and flashbacks about Ghana. Now, in this edition of the People and Places show here on GhanaWeb TV, we are focusing on the manufacturing and the production of some locally made artifacts that we enjoy eating from, drinking from, and cooking with. I'm talking about the earthenware bowl, which is usually referred to as the asanka or apotoiwa in the Akan language, ka in the Ga or Kobo language, and vegba in my native language, the Ewe language. We'll also be taking a look at how pots are made. We'll find answers to all of these when we return from this short break. We are at Kwewu. This is People and Places. My name is Wanda Mihigan. See you after the break. Welcome back from the break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. Now we are at a place called Intuntumeja, and we are on the compound of Madame Janet Owusu Buama. She is our guest today. She is one of the people we'll be speaking to. She's a potter, and she does earthenware bowls and pots as well. So she's going to take us through the process from the start to the very end. Auntie Jane Machi. Nyamia dum na unswe. Me pacho ejume wayene emfiahe ni.
Umiene mi shakora.
Sa to say be 6 years and 5 years and unkai.
Me ti late.
Na why ne passe ne on to o mama o jifi o mama ho na say
say you man me mama nti me mama ye no wo so ma ye ko fa we bra yisi am so me yes me na so me din ho ye
now mama start here na no
me mama
okay, I see. 90 aye wano aye wan kwa na o ye na so ye pots nso kan
oh anyone dey you say in Ghana ni trap abeno ni ukuku o ha de she abeno ase and so one day we be na ye see the rubber and one day shendi see we no ye yaye and say bia wo be ye te say enkwan we bi mu na ye we enkwan ni and then the silver bo abaso nti the man see no so no ye yaye
mo jai nti say ano aye limited na to say aye wan enkwan na mo ye oh na pots in way.
Pots in so in Vicente City.
Monye. Okay. Inti, what she essentially is saying is that they had other pottery materials they were making, but over time, with the introduction of aluminium wares and other things, they have stopped doing that because people don't purchase that anymore. So now they focus mostly on the earthenware bowls, and so she's going to take us through how they do it. Now, I want to know, start here, they started from points bang, they then they clay.
Any other natural one,
okay, now clay no type bang. Munye fi hifa first of all.
Bupunum.
Oh, okay. Then see omuko side the bremo.
Se me ho ye den dia meti makotubi se me ho ye den so dia ne wonu memu bi etu na mato
na mo omo de densa ne ye etu
e de soso
okay nti mutu a e de befia den biom na moye from there no
wo be se ebi ne se gu han yakata so no
pa cho betini bi so kakra mama hwe
so insanity
insi udi fi ho a say ya na ye anase mwa na ya mobobo
ye bobo no ho na wasura na ka abefaba
ejuma eye den obeka say ejuma den nti woni ahoden a wontimi nye
Kakaka mi bijai.
Into which I say, what they handy over to Hannah.
Some of one bit me there, one bay home to me.
Not just a business new. Now, oh, beer or bow a nyawayan, and now one. Oh, wow. So this is a very skillful art. You need, I'm sure, years of experience to be able to do this. You saw her start very little from the mold, and then as she did it, she expanded it. So now it's actually looking like a medium-sized earthenware bowl. And what she's saying is that you would actually need the sunlight to get it dry after this process. And then when it's dried, then she picks it up from the wooden pallet, and then she does the under part of the earthenware bowl. So we are moving to the next stage. This is where it comes from, the molding stage. This is where they lay it. Okay, so technically what she's saying is from there, they put the molded bowls into this. This is like firewood, and so they set fire and then they arrange it, and then it bakes under the fire. So when it bakes, then it gets this reddish color that we are seeing here. Then from here, they put it in sawdust, and then they cover it with the sawdust. There's fire in this sawdust. So this is when this reddish earthenware bowl is transformed into the black color we are seeing here. So they leave it in the sawdust for a while. When they think it's ready, then they take it out, and then they have the black. So they have two types, the reddish one and then the black one. But we are going to get into the designs, and then we'll talk more with Auntie Jane. So now we are at the residence of Auntie Jane, and she is already designing some of the earthenware bowls that she has already molded. These ones are relatively dry, so we are going to have the rest of the conversation about how it's designed. Auntie Jane, me pacho inti dene ya odi design no.
Ina mdigire wono.
Okay. So this is what she uses. The cola nut. These are what provide the lines inside the earthenware bowls. Auntie Jane is done with her second earthenware bowl for the day, and it looks just perfect. It has to be brace. At least now when you are using it, you can appreciate it more, the work that goes into the making of these beautiful earthenware bowls for us to prepare our local foods, sometimes enjoy our meals in. So we'll move to the pottery where we meet people who tell us how to make the pots. Come along. We moved from Intuntum Eja at Kwewu Impraeso, Auntie Jane's place, if you would remember, where we learned all about how to make the earthenware bowls. And then we saw some visuals of the locally made pots. Now we are at the factory. I would like to call it a factory of Emmanuel Osei. He is a local manufacturer of ceramics. He does jars, bowls, plates, anything ceramics you can think about, but they are done right from the clay here in the eastern region. So he's going to take us through the entire process. He's going to tell us how they refine the clay and they mold it to become the finished product. Inti nyawayam say no. Obe try man na yedin.
Yeah, yam ya na de nyon de president.
Okay.
You the free one man de aba machine.
Na machine we no o say den.
The friend pagma no na yam clay no ma de de mere ni nya.
And mix it. Okay.
Mix clay no. So the odi
see where one texture. Okay. And to say if he hana.
Have a hope mode. Okay. Throwing.
Your friend a day?
Throwing.
Throwing. Okay.
When they quiet portion.
It's the first one near sieving.
Sieving.
We are sieving. Why are mixing? We are mixing now. Now why are throwing? Okay. Inti yan question ya true ni about it.
Porters were.
Porters. Okay. Okay. He makes it look so easy, but I'm not sure I can do this. With the potter's wheel, Mr. Osei has just created 3 artifacts: a bowl, a cup, and a vase, a flower vase. So, like he said, it takes a lot of experience, and you can learn this if you want to, but you would have to put in some commitments to be able to do that. It's very impressive. And he said, "Umodi viesea." Then be now be.
Umodi viesea. Fini ebe twa footprint no baby a esi won. So the call ewiem ama a dry kakra. Na fe the supporters we aso.
What's and the ababa? Okay.
Fini ebe dress yi self footprint.
Okay.
Baby this one.
We'll just hold it there and take a quick break. When we come back, we'll go to the people who buy some of these products and find out from them how business is. Stay with us.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my bra. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana.
Ghana has the largest number of forts and castles in the whole of Africa. 32 forts and castles are dotted across the country's coastal areas.
We've gone through the whole process of the pottery, finding out how we prepare or how we mold our earthenware bowls and pots. Now we are going to look at the business side of the entire thing. People who buy, how much do they sell it for? How much do they profit? How profitable is this business? And which kind of people usually come and buy? For what purposes? We are starting with our first client who bought from Auntie Jane, and her name is Auntie Sewa. So we are engaging her. Matching. Yeah, I'm not sure it's the same. Apume, Yedanyamiasi. Now, me pacho, are you one? Here, na ya auto. Okay. Now, ya auto the same. I mean, over 12, auto the same. They almost share the same amount. Okay.
Size near back when they are near back. The size near back when you are 1 year and size is basically and
okay. A business on a business. Into way say no, 9 10 no. Saying. But usually I will be 12 or say or any say out on the same 6 CDs for the 10. Wow. For 10 nina. Okay, what the say? Oko Juma. Uyi baku say? What on the say? Oh, okay. A hona uswawa there. Okay. Okwa wow.
It depended. Because sunny we are. It will be sunny be any diabo. It depends. Who could drive there. I am. Say, Metoni say, and I say, Metoni say.
Now, Cassa, a bit buba, bear him. Like, tis a net to say, a bubosa now.
So the mouse says, but all the rolly fair come and pay 8 cities.
Okay.
This is how they did think. Okay.
Not as a balcony, 9 cities. But the whole thing, 6 cities. But could say no time out 6 cities and not 10 in 6 cities.
But I could say, I know better time I'm 6 cities.
Oh, okay.
In 60
cities. Okay. Into walk now the lorry fair will profit at so not just a 10 cities. Into the profit into Suri now to 900 cities. Okay. Okay. Not just a when 40 cities.
20.
Where you 20 cities, if you not just our profits in 20 cities. Okay. And see, I'm fine say within now what should be a day Obaha how many times ever far? Okay. Now quite for top into a day or Tom to say be
oh, when they say no, so quite dark road.
Nasa. Wow. Okay. Yo. So that's Auntie Siwa's side. We are wrapping up the conversation, and now we are at the Nkoko Junction. Here you find a lot of women traders who trade in these artifacts. They sell the earthenware bowls and then they sell the pots as well. I have Sister Atta here with me. She's going to tell me a little bit about her business, which kind of people buy from her and what they come and buy from her for. Sister Atta, Michelle, let's say, okay, business, what start to say, what are you one pots? In Fiahin 15. Okay. One I was starting and I said, oh, my minute, oh, okay. That was 15 years ago. I see. It was starting here, net to say. That's an egg to Miss I see. It's a no to me as a business a cost. Into then the money and a then the money. Say you know it's what I say they are buying behind. Okay, say a year or what? Are they a year bar? Okay. I'm a buyer. That's a year what the other for your mouth. I see. Not just a year bar, coffee bar, ho bar, no more better at the co. Okay. Me who say, oh, a potoyano, and as a sankano. Oh, clay, the any baby saying black, dear no. Dainty. Never in a why you are. Black one in a why you are. I am more. Okay. Now, into way clay, dear no. Why money? Oh, into coffee ho. Into I don't know what on a crabina, where would you know what on a baby? In Coffon Tanto. Oh, okay. But I mean, if you baby or more, you know, now a honum no or more or more. Once or turn the same thing. And I think we have a 25 you want me to just you have 7. Otofi ho 5 CDs, yes, sizes. Yes, not me could be 30 CDs, 25 CDs. And the sizes. It's in a meton. I'm like a craft. Now, why was that? I mean, as I say, a whole night mobile for a year, no. Obi better you and I, I'm more day. Why you are the go out from the cocoa, I'm a toy you up. But I mean, say, more chrome, Hano, or more time of the day, or maybe a chop bar, and answer more the young okay. My young cousin for pots no hokaka, pots in cheating a day. Cuckoo, ha. Meaning say, no, na de ensure a good pots in enum. Is this still a thing? A idea, a war says, yeah. It will show the any way a good. It's in our water on a near him. And you when you're I see. Not difference in your way. The young one in their concern, and on a while 80, I know a correction. Okay. By a moon while, by no day. It's and I near the new means you say. Ah, maybe a few could feel no difference. Or the cap, or the city, not your mouth. Okay. But okay, say what they no more they need you. It do benza.
Oh. A good year. So go hard. Was the beer Mrs. Yemi and the other to
into comforta. Omo topa.
My boy is here private.
Now,
the boys I'm a now to plan in school.
Now, I didn't know what you say over nya omo need room na enye nya omo no misio room na se nya omo need any room
ya no go food design na me baka
ko for pay way more sing
ba ye no mo kwanso e bisa so me to ne nko she le bo I know they say cry na man for bisa so ne boy de kwase food ke say be say oh 40 35
okay na to say mbo business be bring na ya won tamfa na we ni efe ni say tapoli ha no na unya waiwa na nya omoko na odi chi ha na we nso unya fi hi
we di omo di free so the price inchi na loya way edinima omo di free oba na the brand ya to.
Okay. Now, into we say no, and also what sizes?
It is a chain. I'll go ahead. New beyond a packet.
But Tapolino, any asanka size in the quan out to me to a beer. So to me talk a year at a cheap kitway.
And they knew any size. Okay. I will be.
Okay. Yo, yeah, that's it. So that's Sister Ta telling us about the business. She showed us the different things she has here, the kind of people who usually buy, why they buy. And so now we have a fair idea about the sale of her products here. These are locally made. We were at the various points where they make them earlier, and we saw the processes they go through. So this is where we wrap up our conversation. We have Kwewu, Iowa, and then we have the Sunyani made Iowa, and then we have our pots that people will usually use to cook medicine. So that's it from us here, just to demonstrate. If you have your Iowa, you get your pepper, you can have your kontomire. If you want to do a boom, if you want to eat fufu in this, you can just get any kind of local delicacy. And the asanka just gives it some form of spice, you know. And so you can get one for yourself and then enjoy your meal in it. For myself and the People and Places team, we are grateful you could make time with us on this edition of the show. From Kwewu in Koko, my name is Wanda Amihagan. See you in the next edition.
Majority leader ewo mrashebedwem Mosaiche mensa bonsu na din semfo bia todwa otwe mu se enche bia no ade a Sara Adwasafo mrashebedwani ema dome kwabenyo kwakopie mu ewo parliament privilege committee enim esanse obanwu se tisi ana kwakose absenteeism no ama no homini so pa na kwakopie mu ewo Joy News PM Express omudwumadi omudi ene ebisa no ho asem na otwe mu se enche bia no ade a iraba no kwakopie mu ewo privileges committee enim na otwe ma anka nada ya etwe mu na nkachesa nka kwa pie mu e wo chese omwenim nanso no esan ye dwumadi ahodo bi a ye twa mu ni titiri pa ni 11 ene ne nkeka ho no eno ntina chese wentumi ankwa pie mu nanso mo hwe ani mu se ansa na ye mahyebedwafo ebe sori na chese mo akọ break no anhwa na chese wo akọ pie mu omwenim anampo no so mo kọ breaks ahodo ne ba e na chese e mahyebedwani e kwa akọ omwenim se ne be ya nsemfo ahodo bi a ewo so de betu dwa no anampo no nchechemu bi a wo so de tu dwa no obetumi de eye nchechemu no e de ato omwenim se ne be yo mbehu se ne ne manyina ebekọ Nsentreni Manase Azuri Awuni no di nsemfo bia ba beto dwa wo twemu se sisi ade Ghana mampeni na dan kwakufu adro de why very disappointed pa ewuni mu esa so no ampa enkane no ansa na mampeni e ba ba Ghana mampeni e ba chwe kufu adro sana no si pen nsema chese ni campaign messages there na ye ni de yie pa nti no hwe anim se nkoba ye bibi okaye bia nkoba oba obe bibia se fenche mana fefefe nsa kwakọ yese ni okaye no enye no kra ba kokra ni wonu ma chese wagina so ede aye na no kwakọ cho ede ato ni Facebook so tintin no cho mu se sisi ano de aban boni pen ni aban we de sisi ano hu na shenso de no chese bibia chese eni da so bia enim hopelessness ankasa ye pa o cho mu se aban we de nkoye no wie no de to dwa na o cho mu sa na po de to ni Facebook post ni so e na o cho sisi ade o pese wo share mampeni ni interviews awodo na po ni video na se ni bibia na ye bia chese wudwumadie bi na wo pedi adi na se pa se wo tena te atwe akonya aka se o pese me hwe mampeni no de enye obia na chese wo sa dipa no ni dwumadie bi di na be fa akonya se me kwa kotie mampeni se wo kotie no kwa na bibia ni hono mo obeka obeye asa oka nifa no kwa ye benkum so chema o ye very disappointed sense aban no enkoyi kra
Why the long suspension? And so we consider it and maybe take it as one of the items that should be captured under the votes and proceedings of the House, not just considered as a committee meeting. Page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 26, yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
When you go to page 23, Roman numeral.
Honorable Member, my only advice to you is that your outfit should be a little bit different from the pillar behind you. Sometimes you get caught up because it's the same distance, and you are finding it difficult to catch my eye.
Well noted, Speaker.
Yes, you may go on.
Please, Roman numeral XX. I, Mr. Henry Ayamga. The impression I'm getting is that he also assumes the same position as finance officer. And I'll be happy if the table office could clarify that, because the symbol suggests a repeat of the previous designation. And I don't think they have two finance officers in the same establishment.
Table office, I'm sure you got the issue he has drawn our attention to. From XXII. Simple there is simple, telling us that the names that fall under that are also Principal Economics Officer, Ministry of Finance. Am I right?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Good. So table office, take note and correct those areas.
And
yes.
on page 25, the same issue regarding the currency. 84 million plus USD must reflect.
Table office kindly took note. Table office, you may need to relook at your editing of the drafts. We are getting too many errors in this, and so please, I'm aware of the movement, and we need to guide them to do what is right. We can't spend so much time correcting votes and proceedings every day. Page 26. Yes, please.
Right Honourable Speaker, please, item number 3, VI at page 26. Mrs. Kloko, it should be Okai Mills, O-K-A-I, not O-K-E-I. Mrs. Kloko Okai Mills, the legal officer at the Ministry of Defense. I know her very well, my very good friend. So
the spelling is what?
It's Okai Mills, O-K-A-I, not E-I, as has been captured.
Table office, take note. Page 27, page 28. Page 27.
Page 28, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, please.
To start with, Mr. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee is misspelt in uppercase.
It should be corrected. The Committee on Defense and Interior?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. The word committee is misspelt. There's an I that has been added after the T in committee.
Thank you so much. It's only those with evil eyes that can see this.
Right Honourable Speaker, the second issue is the referral that was made to the committee. The committee was tasked to look at the commercial agreement of the entire scope of work, which totaled $289,900,000 US. However, the referral specifies that the committee was to look at the initial amount of $99,993,000. And at the committee level, there was a correction of this specific issue. So I'm seeking your guidance on this because at the committee we were advised to not look at the 99 but the entire amount regarding the commercial agreement.
Well, the issue that has been captured by the votes and proceedings is the referral. What you're talking about will be part of your report to the House, and then the necessary corrections will then be made by just capturing what has been referred to the committee for consideration and report. Page 29, still page 28.
Page 29, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Page 29, the item Roman numeral X, there's a Mr. in front of Lieutenant Colonel A.B. Techi. So the Mr. should be deleted. And then the XIII, Mrs. Koko Okai Mills, instead of Miss, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, the same name appeared at page 26 and is captured there as Mrs. So the honourable member is right. Table office, take note. Yes, Honourable Emmanuel Bejra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 29, item 3, VII. The name is Dr. Evans A. Jikum, not Jukum. Jikum, D-Z-I-K-U-M. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, in attendance, I was there to give them support, as well as the Minister for Defense, Honorable Dominic Nitu, was also in attendance, and therefore, if the table office can capture that. Thank you very much.
Table office, take note of that. Yes, Honorable
Ablakwa.
Yeah, Right Honorable, just to finally clean up 3XIII. The name is Kloko, not Koko. It should be KLORKOR. XIII.
Kloko.
Yes.
Civil office. Clearly, that is what is spelled at page 26. It's Kloko, not Koko. Page 30. Yes. Minority Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 30, that is item 1III. Proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly's Common Fund for the year 2022. The chairman for the Committee of the Whole, in considering that item, was the Honorable First Deputy Speaker. So if you go under, they say the second Deputy Speaker, Mr. Ndramakwasiama, presided, that distinction must be made. The second Deputy Speaker presided for the health insurance and that of the GET fund. But for the common fund, it was the first Deputy Speaker who chaired that meeting. And that distinction must be made.
Table office, take note of Roman 1, Roman 2, and that is second Deputy Speaker. But Roman 3 is the first Deputy Speaker. Take note of that and capture it properly. Page 31. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, at the Committee of the Whole, the respective ministers were in attendance, particularly the Minister for Education. For Health, we had the Deputy Minister for Health. But I see that they have not been captured as being in attendance. So if that could be amended accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, take note and make sure you record their attendance. Page, I think that's the last page, page 31, yes.
The same issue I raised earlier on Roman numeral X and XI, Mr. Samuel Edu and Mr. Ransford Ayensu. We need their proper designations since they cannot also be the Director of Operations. Mr. Samuel Edu is the Principal Operations Officer, but I don't know that of Ransford Ayensu, so the table office should find out and correct that. Thank you.
Thank you for drawing our attention. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 41st sitting held on Monday, 4th April 2022, are hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of 11th March 2022, that is on a Friday. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, 11 March 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings.
Now we move on to item leaders. I need your guidance. Do we go to item 5, urgent questions, or we move on to public business, where we have a number of critical matters to consider? Yes, please. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would plead to take my urgent question, and I'm trying to get Honorable Abednego to see if we can engage the rest of our colleagues. Then probably we can defer the rest of the questions and do public business. But the first question standing in my name, Mr. Speaker, this will be the 4th time it's been rescheduled, so I would want to take that one, and probably the rest can come after we've concluded the debate on the State of the Nation address.
Yes, honorable members on the majority from bench, what do you say to this request? Well, honorable members, we take item 5, urgent questions. 5A, the question stands in the name of the honorable member for Tamal South, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who is also the minority leader of the House. You may ask your question now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization the definite date when Ghana will migrate from analog radio and television to digital radio and television, following the International Telecoms Union ITU decision in Antalya, Turkey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ghana signed the Geneva 2006 GEO6 agreement establishing the Digital Terrestrial Broadcasting Plan at the Regional Radio Communications Conference in 2006. The agreement requires signatory countries, including Ghana, to migrate from analog to digital television broadcasting by 17th June 2015. The deadline was subsequently extended for African countries to 17th June 2020. In partnership with the National Communications Authority and working with local service providers and the broadcast industry, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization has made substantial progress in the transition from analog to digital terrestrial TV broadcasting in Ghana. The nationwide DTT platform has been deployed, and all free-to-air analog TV authorization holders have been migrated to it and are broadcasting from it. A key component of the digital migration process is the acquisition of set-top boxes for analog TV sets to be able to receive the digital TV signals when the analog signals are discontinued or switched off. Due to the global chip shortage and induced by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and the disruption caused to global supply chains, we've been unable to procure set-top boxes and are thus unable to give a definitive date for the digital migration. The International Telecommunications Union is aware of these challenges and is not insisting on any firm timelines for the process to conclude. Thank you.
Yes, any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I have a difficulty with the Minister's answer. In paragraph 1, he states, and I quote, the deadline was extended for African countries to 17th June 2020. He further goes down to the last paragraph to state that the ITU is aware of these challenges and is not insisting on any firm timelines for the process to conclude. He leads government policy on this, and he knows the benefit of digital spectrum to the country. When is the switch off date for Ghana? What plans do you have for Ghana, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the deadline was extended for African countries to 17 June 2020, prior to the onset of the pandemic. Post-pandemic, and with the challenges that everyone is facing, securing chips for the set-top boxes and the other challenges that have ensued, the ITU is not insisting on any firm timeline currently for the process to conclude. When we procure the set-top boxes, we will continue to work apace to ensure that the analog signals are switched off. As my answer indicates, I cannot give any definitive date as I stand here now for the conclusion of this process. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable Minister, the ITU is only setting international standards. Ghana must have its own standards and timelines. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister whether she is aware that any country which fails to switch over after the set deadline cannot claim international protection under ITU rules for its analog TV signals if such signals are interfered with by other transmissions, particularly from neighboring countries.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that we cannot seek redress for interference of analog signals from neighboring countries. But in my previous answer on a similar question to this House, I did indicate, and even in this current answer, I have indicated that all free-to-air television broadcast channels in this country are currently transmitting from the DTT platform. And so once you have a digital television, the signals that you are receiving are digital signals and not analog signals. There are a few analog TV sets which are still receiving analog signals because what we have not done is the analog switch off. However, the digital switch on has been done, but analog has not been switched off. And so, until we procure set-top boxes for those using analog TV sets, we cannot give any definitive date for the analog switch-off to commence. And that is the answer that I can give the Honourable Minority Leader for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your last supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, our transition as a country from analog television and radio comes with monumental benefits. Apart from improvement in the quality of TV and radio, we benefit from additional spectrum that itself can give government revenue. The minister have given indication of a digital switch off. Analog switch off, when will it be for the digital to take over completely? Because you cannot have the two as a mix. You cannot have the mix of both analog and terrestrial. It's not acceptable anywhere in the world. When are you putting off all analog televisions for Ghana to be fully functional on the digital platform? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he's asked the same question 3 times, and I'll give him the same answer 3 times. We do not have any definitive date as at now until we procure the set-top boxes to enable us to switch off the analog signals. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Minister says that until they procure the set-top boxes, they cannot have a definitive timeline for Ghana. I want to find out from the Honourable Minister when, in her estimation, the set-top boxes will be procured.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated in my answer, there is a global chip shortage caused by the pandemic. There is also disruption to global supply chains. These 2 acts of God, if I can put it that way, make it unable for me to give any definitive answer as to when we would procure the set-top boxes. The orders have been placed. The suppliers keep telling us that they are trying to secure the chips which will enable them to produce the set-top boxes. We are still waiting for when they can come back to tell us that they would be ready to supply. But these are really circumstances beyond anybody's control and make it difficult for us to give any firm date as to when the set-top boxes will be procured. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In delivering her question, the Minister indicated that the issue of set-top boxes are delaying the process. Has Ghana committed money into the procurement of this set of boxes? Thank you. And how much, if Ghana has committed such funds? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a contract has been signed for the procurement of the set-top boxes, but I do need to refer to the contract to be able to know exactly how much has been committed to it and the timelines that were indicated in the contract for it. And so if the Honourable Member would give me some time, I'll be able to give him that information. This being a House of Record, I don't want to make any guesstimates. Thank you.
Honourable Members, we move to the next question, and that is 5B. And the question stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Bunkurugu, Honourable Abednego Azuma Bandim.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I thought the application by the minority leader was in respect of his own, so that he could do so, and then we moved on. Which is why I was saying to him that we should do the conclusion of the debate first, before he comes to it. But he himself wants to engage in some other business after his own closing remarks. That is why he made the application to you. So I would plead with you that you stand those ones down. Let's conclude the debate. Then we'll come back.
Well, I can't discharge you because you will still be available. But let me indicate that I hate negative discrimination with a passion. I support positive discrimination. And negative discrimination, I hate it with a passion. A positive is to empower some disadvantaged or vulnerable group, so you can discriminate. That is to help society. But negative is very detrimental. And I think I've seen signs of that. The leaders want to be heard, and then the others will have to stay until another time. That definitely is selective justice. I don't want to encourage it, but with your kind guidance, the Minister says she is available, so we will hold on to the rest until we handle a number of public businesses. And so I start by saying at the commencement of public business, and that is at page 7 of the order paper, item 8. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 8A by the Minister for Finance. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have two deputy ministers here, the Honourable Abna Oseasari and the Honourable Denkuma. So if you allow any one of them to do the presentation on behalf of the minister.
Minority, what do you say to that?
Mr. Speaker, if you have no objection, we can move to the motion to conclude.
They are.
Then you can get any minister to bow.
Deputy Minister.
No objection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Minister for Finance to present the paper for on behalf of the Minister for Finance, Honourable Abina Asare. Yes, please.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund levy, NHIL, and EXIM levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 15,515,797 United States dollars on raw materials, machinery, and equipment to be imported by CADA, Ghana Ceramics Company Limited, under the implementation of the One District, One Factory, 1D, 1F program.
Honorable members, the paper has been laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. Do I move on to 8B by the Chairman of the Committee? 8B. Report is not ready yet, so we can move on. Yes, Majority Leader. We move on to 8C, 8B, C, D. Not ready. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, we stand down 8B, but C could be done by the committee chair and the committee of the whole. We will have to present those documents by the chair, so they will do it as a result of 8D. If C is ready, the committee chair could also do the presentation on behalf of the committee.
Honorable members, item 8C by the Chairman of the Committee, Mines and Energy. Second Deputy Speaker. 8C. Committee on Mines and Energy.
Honorable Speaker, with the greatest respect, the engagement with the minister is outstanding and we are not ready. I apologize, yes.
Honorable members, report is not ready.
Yeah.
So we move on to 8D, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distribution of the Get Fund for the year 2022. Yes, Second Deputy Speaker.
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the Ghana Education Trust Fund, Get Fund, for the year 2022.
The report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of the House, and that is regard to 8D Roman 1. Now we move to 8D Roman 2. Chairman of the Committee, the First Deputy Speaker.
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly's Common Fund, DACF, for the year 2022.
Report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. We now move to item 8D Roman 3 by the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, and that's on the National Health Insurance Fund. Yes, Second Deputy Speaker.
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2022.
The report is laid accordingly and for distribution to all members of Parliament. Any further guidance as to what item to take? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we stand down 8E and deal with item 10. Item 10.
Honorable members, what is happening to item 9? There's been quite a long delay with item 9. Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021. Proposers, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker. Yes. My understanding is the promoters of the bill are engaged in some public consultations and some other stakeholder consultations. So we'll stand it down until the next meeting.
Honorable members, that item has gathered a lot of interest, and the proposers will need to expedite action on it for the consideration of the House. Item 10, motions that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Wednesday, 10th March 2022. Debate to be concluded today. My understanding is that the debate will be concluded by the leaders, and the leaders have been negotiating the time to use. I propose 15 minutes per leader, and they are requesting 20 minutes each. And I'm told the minority leader wants 30 minutes. We may not have the leisure of time to devote 1 hour to only 2 leaders. And so I will insist on 15 minutes each. 15 minutes each. Plus or minus, I'm told. 15 minutes plus or minus, but not more than 20. And at this stage, I have to move to attend to another assignment, and the first Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, Minority Leader, you can go on.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for coming to this August House to satisfy the mandatory constitutional imperative under Article 67 to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, my only concern was the delay, I call it the unnecessary delay, of the President in appearing before this August House. He came only at the end of March. We expected him to have come much more earlier because he himself appreciates that the state of our country, the state of our economy is in dire state. Instead of using the word anxiety, Mr. Speaker, the President could have well just accepted humbly that Ghanaians are suffering and reeling under the hardships of his mismanaged economy, his inability to address growing unemployment, and his inability to make prudent use of the borrowed resources over the years. Mr. Speaker, Nana Akufo-Addo will go down in history as the most borrowed president of the Fourth Republic. In 2017, when he assumed the annals of power, in his maiden State of the Nation address, he said President Mahama and the NDC had left behind a colossal debt of 120 billion. Today it is at 350 billion, 81% of GDP. The country is tottering at the precipice of bankruptcy. But Mr. Speaker, what is even more worrying, and for good reason he couldn't compare himself this time to the President Mahama era. Today, inflation is 15%. Debt, 351 billion. Mr. Speaker, even ESLA ESLA, that they bastardized the NDC administration for bringing to manage problems within the energy sector. They have borrowed against it. Mr. Speaker, it is important that Ghanaians appreciate that in respect of the statutory funds, District Assembly Common Fund, these governments, the President and the Minister of Finance, are simply not respecting the provisions of Article 252 of the 1992 Constitution. Only yesterday, we were told that the Minister of Finance have written a letter to set aside 1 billion of the 3 billion allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, I say without fear of contradiction that move by the Minister for Finance is not only ultra-vires but unconstitutional and illegal, and therefore he should withdraw that correspondence. He has no side power to vary what the Constitution in Article 252 imposes, that 5% of total revenue be set aside for the District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, same attitude, but you can do so for statutory funds using the power of cabinet, but not for the constitutional fund mentioned under Article 252 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I was still on the principle of borrowing. When they said,
just a minute. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I was on borrowing and debt, and I worry for the future of our country, particularly that ESLA have been mortgaged, borrowed against, Guest Fund have been mortgaged, borrowed against, District Assembly Common Fund, mortgage, some borrowing made against it. What kind of economy will we be inheriting in 2025? We shall ask. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living and cost of doing business is prohibitively high in Ghana. Businesses cannot cope. I see an effort by the President to praise himself when he says that he has contracted 10,000 kilometers of road. He simply could have said that he has put a flyover from Accra to Benjin. That's 10,000 kilometers, and probably would have believed him for being accurate. 10,000 kilometers of road. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Roads and the Minister for Finance must take the necessary appropriate decisions to protect Ghanaian private sector contractors. Today, a bag of cement which sold for 28 cedis in 2016 is selling at 58 Ghana cedis, a difference of 30 Ghana cedis. Petrol which sold at 14 Ghana cedis in 2016 today is selling at 47 Ghana cedis. Diesel which sold at 14.50 Ghana cedis today is selling at 51 Ghana cedis. A bag of rice which sold for 150 Ghana cedis today is selling at 300 Ghana cedis. Bag of sugar 360 Ghana cedis from 180 Ghana cedis in 2016. Not to talk about cooking oil. And Mr. Speaker, my point is that because of the increasing cost of goods and services, contractors who won contracts 2017, 2018, 2019, the cost overrun, they simply cannot bear it. Therefore, the Minister for Roads and Minister for Finance will have to take appropriate decision to cushion the contractors who are on your so-called 10,000 kilometers of roads. Today, you only pay contractors, and receivers of banks receive the money. No maintenance on the road. Many of the roads are still not motorable. Mr. Speaker, that now leads me to a major issue of 1D, 1F. This government promised that they will set up development authorities. President Nana Addo Dankwa was mute on the Coastal Development Authority, Savannah Development Authority. We reminded him that the creation of bureaucracies was not enough. It was about adequately resourcing those bureaucracies. Today, NAPCO trainees have not been paid in the last 6 months. National service personnel have not been paid in the last 7 months. Allowances for nurses and teachers have not been paid, yet you say we should praise you for a good performing economy. Which economy, Mr. Speaker? 1D1F, Mr. Speaker, we were told that a total of 278 projects are at various stages of completion. 106 factories are currently operational and 148 are under construction, and some 24 projects at the state of mobilization. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the distribution of the 1D1F, it defeats the very purpose. In the Upper East, Upper West Northern region, insignificant development of 1D1F. We are concentrating all of them again in Tema. That is not acceptable, and that is not the way to go. The principle of 1D1F, apart from its contribution to manufacturing and the industrial growth of the economy, was to allow to address the question of unemployment in the district. I have always advised, for instance, that in the Brown Harbour region, we can concentrate and support people to do cashew and poultry farming as their 1D1F. Mr. Speaker, so no comment on Development Authority. What the President sought to do, Mr. Speaker, his State of the Nation address was more blame COVID, blame Ukraine. Before COVID, before Ukraine, the economy was struggling, and the President must simply just admit that. We have a duty to help him revive a post-COVID economy. But Mr. Speaker, we on this side have always demanded, in the name of transparency and accountability, let the President authorize an investigation into COVID expenditure of the over 19 billion Ghana cedis which have so been spent on that. Mr. Speaker, the President's admission of failure regarding Agenda 111 is very scandalous, as people who offered constructive criticisms of the unrealistic program were called names. The challenge with Agenda 111 is not only the issue of timelines, but also resource availability, when only 500 million Ghana cedis was allocated in the budget for this massive, as he himself described it, over-ambitious project. The monumental failure follows the failure of the government to respect and complete several flagship programs such as the One Village, One Dam, and then $1 million per constituency. I'm challenging members of Parliament, any of you who have had 1 million Ghana cedis, an equivalent of 5 million Ghana cedis spent in your constituency in the last 5 years, say so with pride. If you cannot, then condemn the President with pride that he has deceived you and did not live up to the calling. Mr. Speaker, the President's silence on Ghana's debt question is a major concern. This especially so when Ghana's debt burden is becoming the singular most important constraint to fiscal and external sustainability. Debt service for 2022 is estimated at some $7 billion, about 37 billion Ghana cedis. It may overrun to 35 billion, with amortization at the rate of 6.4. With amortization at 8 billion, with an exchange rate, Mr. Speaker, of 6.4 Ghana cedis to the dollar, which was projected in the budget, today is 7.5. It means he will need additional resources to be able to service the debt. That does not bode well for our fiscal and monetary policy going forward. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this debate without also touching on the President's numbers. COVID-19 on the Ghanaian economy, we are calling for a full-scale audit on COVID-related expenditure by ministries, departments, and agencies. If you believe in true transparency and accountability, grant say, then we will expose the chop which happened with COVID money, which was allocated by the donors, over $2 billion. Yet you brought in a COVID tax and you still want to blame COVID for the non-performance of the economy. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude, as I said, with one encouraging statement by the President. And I'm going to quote in page 18 and follow it through page 19, Mr. Speaker, when the President said, and I quote, "There are many problems that we have to overcome to get back to where we ought to be. I need your support No president, no parliament, no government can undertake this task all by themselves. We need all Ghanaians to pull and push together. Mr. Speaker, let the president walk the talk. And appreciate that he has a very strong political opposition in the minority and must reach out to us for the purpose of cooperation and consensus building and not pretend as if he can do it all by himself as President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, significant also was the President's words when he said, and I quote, "We came through a long and tortuous journey to arrive at today's consensus of a multi-party constitutional democracy." But Mr. Speaker, this is what is refreshing. But the last 29 years of our fourth republic have shown that this has been the most productive period since our independence. Then he states, both the major political parties of the country, the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress, have made positive contributions to the development. Positive contributions. Today he has all of a sudden recognized that President Mahama and the NDC, Professor Mills and President Jerry Rawlings have all made positive contributions. When he appeared here in 2017, it was all about himself and that he would change the fortunes of this country. He has failed Ghanaians. There is growing hardship, there is growing suffering, cost of living is high, cost of doing business is high, many businesses are packing up. Mr. Speaker, even whilst we are questioning matters relating to other matters, it's important that the Minister of Finance come clear on his tax exemption policy. Mr. Speaker, Ghana loses a lot to tax exemption, and I think that the tax exemption bill that has been brought to this August House must necessarily be processed and passed into law. We also must deal with the leakages at the ports, particularly at the Tema Harbour, where people clear goods in the name of the presidency and in the name of national security. That must stop. All that leakages is opportunity cost of revenue to the government. Mr. Speaker, I see the President talk about the Africa Free Trade Continental Trade Agreement. Nowhere in the African Union history can this ever be written without reference to the contribution of late President John Evans Atta Mills in getting this idea championed at the level of the African Union, which only crystallized under President Nana Addo Dankwa. But Mr. Speaker, there are still barriers to trade. Ghana is not doing well with Nigeria, neither is Nigeria doing well with Ghana. They still have their banned imports. There are many commodities that Ghana cannot export to Nigeria, yet you take pride in saying free continental trade. Allow for free movement of goods and services, and the President as ECOWAS chairman must chair that. Mr. Speaker, there is reference to the commercial agricultural project which the President referred to according to paragraph 18, page 9 of the press statement on the economy, which the Minister for Finance presented. He even spoke about university students. We have to be careful tomorrow and not asked to pay fees, because he's now talking of giving them only grants for purpose of their businesses. It's only important, Mr. Speaker, that we address irrigation development, modern irrigation development in the country. Akamba in the Upper West region, Umprem in the Central region, Amate in the Eastern region, Pagaza, Nasia, Lega in the Northern region are worth looking at in order to expand the number of irrigable land that should be available for all year farming. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we are concerned about the rise in food inflation from 12.8% in December 2021 to 17.40% in February 2022. Mr. Speaker, this is the highest food inflation ever recorded in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, once again, we want to thank the President at least for coming late, albeit he came, to present his message on the state of the nation. The true state of our country is one of growing hardship, growing unemployment, growing cost of living, and growing cost of doing business. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall we now listen to the Majority Leader?
Speaker, let me show appreciation to you for the opportunity to conclude the debate on the motion that this House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation, which he delivered on Wednesday, the 30th of March, 2022. And the motion to thank the President was moved by the Honourable Member for Obuakwa South, the Honourable Atta Achia. Speaker, as we all do know, Article 67, which compels the President to deliver the message on the state of the nation, does not relate to the content of the message. However, the state of the country now is the situation or set of circumstances that pertains in the country now, and the present message is the account of the pertaining condition of the country as he finds it. Mr. Speaker, it has eternally been my contention that the present message should generally reflect the imperatives of Article 34(2) of the Constitution, which provides as follows. The President shall report to Parliament at least once a year all the steps taken to ensure the realization of the policy objectives contained in this chapter. That is Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which is on the directive principles of state policy, and in particular, the realization of basic human rights, a healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care, and the right to education. Mr. Speaker, the overall architecture of national development is established by the directive principles of state policy, which provides the broad vision, the overarching agenda for national development. And these are set out in the political objectives in Article 35 of the 1992 Republican Constitution, economic objectives in Article 36, social objectives in Article 37, educational objectives in Article 38, cultural objectives in Article 39, international relations in Article 40, and the duties of a responsible citizen in Article 41. These ideals, Mr. Speaker, are provided to guide not only the manifestos of the various political parties, but also a President's coordinated program of economic and social development policies, which every President is required to present to Parliament within 2 years after assuming office. The Speaker, the President started off with an invitation to the House to join him to appreciate the qualification of the Black Stars at the expense of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, our arch rivals in sports, to the Football World Cup to be held in Qatar. The Black Stars' performance lately had not provided comfort to most Ghanaians, and pundits were legitimately worried. Suffice to state that when it mattered, the new look stars rose to the occasion and delivered against all odds. That is the Ghanaian spirit. The Speaker, working together. The lesson that the victory of the stars offers to us is that if we are united behind the cause and demonstrate conviction and determination, nothing is impossible. The next acknowledgement that the President made was the attendance by invited guests. Again, conspicuously absent was the former President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, that certainly is no good account of the immediate past President. The new Patriotic Party, including its then immediate past President, presidential candidate Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, did not attend the event of the then President's message on the State of the Nation in 2013 because the MPP at that time was contesting the legitimacy of the President. The MPP parliamentary group boycotted the 2013 event accordingly. It is worth remembering that President Kufuor attended the swearing-in of President Mahama on January 7th, 2013, in his capacity as the former President. Mr. Speaker, the case was eventually settled by the Supreme Court in the second half of 2013 in favor of President Mahama. The MPP parliamentary group subsequently attended the 2014 event because at that time the case had been decided. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo did not attend the 2014 event because at that time he had traveled outside the country. The Speaker, in 2015, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo had returned to the country and accordingly attended
the event of President Mohammed's delivery of the stage of the message on the stage of the nation. That was 2015. It is instructive to note that President John Dramani Mahama has not attended any of the 7 events at which President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been the key personality. The Speaker, the people of this country would not forget. Mr. Speaker, the next issue the President addressed is the state of the economy. In his 2016 message on the State of the Nation, President Mahama introduced a new technology in the lexicon of Parliament, evidence-based facts. On that occasion, President Mahama, among other things, related to 5 piglets that had been given to a certain peasant farmer from upcountry as a testimony of which government had paid for the woman's transportation, hotel accommodation in Accra for 5 days, fed her for 5 days, and took her on excursion before sending her back. The total amount spent on her by the state for this momentary comfort was over 3,000 Ghana cedis at the time. The 5 piglets which the President brought the woman down at that time cost less than 250 cedis. Mr. Speaker, the evidence about the health of the economy given by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic today, is not about 5 piglets. It is not about 3 cockerels that have been given to another farmer in 2015. The Speaker, the evidence of Akufo-Addo's achievement is in the economic indicators. GDP growth, inflation, interest rates, international reserves, consumer and business confidence against the devastating impact of COVID-19 and its traumatizing effects on production and productivity, on agricultural produces, on industry, on employment, on tourism, on the escalating health expenditures, and on human life. Mr. Speaker, it is important to restate that the Ghanaian economy grew steadily from 3.7% in 2000 through 4.2% under Akufo in 2001, 4.5% in 2002, 5.2% in 2003, 5.6, 5.9, 6.4, 6.3, and 8.4 in the order, that is between 2003 and 2008, later rising to 9.1 after the rebasing. Mr. Speaker, that is steady growth, growing steadily and calculatedly. Mr. Speaker, the economy expanded profoundly under President Akufo from 5.1 billion in 2000 to 28.5 billion in 2008, and that was over 450%. Amidst the global economic and financial crisis of 2007-2008 era, Ghana transformed from a highly indebted poor country to a lower middle income economy on the frontier of emerging market status. Mr. Speaker, enter the Mills Mahama administration, and declining growth set in from 9.1% that they witnessed in 2008. GDP shrunk down to 4.8 in 2009, 7.9 in 2010, and 14.0% in 2011. The Speaker, the acknowledgement is that the 14.0% jump happened because that was the first time petroleum money got factored into our accounts. That was the only reason. It was not for reason of performance. It was not for reason of the performance of any magic. Mr. Speaker, for 2012, GDP growth rate climbed down to 9.3 from 14% and spiraled downwards to 7.3 in 2013. 2014, GDP nosedived to 2.9%. 2015, it climbed to 2.2%. The Speaker, the worst growth in 30 years before that, under President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, that was 2015. 2016, it grew by 3.4%. The 3.4% growth rate in 2016 was the worst at the time in 23 years, not counting the abysmal 2.2 growth in 2015. Mr. Speaker, what this means is that under President Mahama,
GDP growth rate averaged 3.9%. Only 3.9%. There was no COVID. There was no force majeure. The Speaker, Ghana's economy grew by 8.1% in 2017 from the shambolic 3.4% growth in 2016. In 2017, the ECOWAS regional economy grew at 2.8%. Ghana grew at 8.1%. That was phenomenal. In 2018, the ECOWAS average was 3.4%. Ghana's economy grew at 6.3%. Mr. Speaker, in terms of economic growth, 1983 was the annus horribilis for Ghana, characterized by intense drought and bushfires. The country hit ground zero in GDP growth rate. And that is why in 1984, growth rate was more than 100% better than the 1982-83 financial years. Excepting that scenario, Ghana has for close to 40 years never witnessed a situation where the next succeeding year's GDP growth rate, the Speaker, has outperformed the previous year's growth rate by 100%. But this is what happened when Akufo-Addo, the old man, took over from the supposedly more energetic young man, John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, Akufo-Addo's GDP figures outperformed JGM's in 2016 by 138%. Yes, that's the truth. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, under Akufo-Addo, the economy grew by 7%. That means that in the first 3 years of Akufo-Addo's administration, before COVID struck, GDP had averaged 7.1%. The Speaker, this compares with the last 3 years of John Dramani's administration, where there was no COVID, indeed no force majeure, and GDP growth rate averaged 2.8%. And now that was performance, supposing the old man's performance is hugely better than the younger man's performance by more than 150%. Mr. Speaker, in order to strengthen the productive capacity of the economy, the macroeconomic fundamentals must be strengthened. That precisely is what the current government has set out to do. The Speaker, indeed, the ECOWAS GDP growth rate for the period between 2018 and 2022 is as follows. 2018, the Speaker, the ECOWAS average was 3.5. Ghana grew at 6.2. And Nigeria, the powerhouse in the sub-region, grew at 1.9%. In 2019, the ECOWAS average was 3.5%, Ghana grew at 6.5%, Nigeria, the powerhouse, grew at 2.2%. In 2020, ECOWAS average was negative 0.6%, Ghana grew at 0.4%, not negative. Nigeria, the powerhouse, grew at negative 1.8%. 2021, the ECOWAS average 3.6%. Ghana grew at 4.7%. Nigeria, the powerhouse, grew at 2.6%. 2022, the Speaker, ECOWAS average is set at 4.0%. Ghana anticipates to grow at 6.2%. Nigeria, the powerhouse, anticipates to grow at 2.7%. The Speaker, this should inform us if you want to do any critical analysis of where we are as a nation, not talking from the top of your head. The Speaker, in the ECOWAS averaging, annual average inflation increased to 10.2% in 2020 from the projection of 8.2 from 8.2 in 2019. I was poised to edge up to 12.4 in 2021 before easing down to 9.9 in 2022. This reflects the supply side constraints and shortages of foodstuffs and other essential commodities arising mainly from the closure of national borders and other measures imposed to contain the spread of coronavirus disease through importation. The Speaker, indeed, of the 5 Anglophone countries in the sub-region, apart from Ghana, only the Gambia's inflation rate was below the regional average in 2020. So it was only Ghana and Gambia that did better. The rest of them fell apart. In 2021 again, it is Ghana, Gambia, and Liberia who were below the sub-regional average of 12.4%. All others were over that. The Speaker, that should be a credit to us
These are facts. And yet people who engage in rumor mongering and talk not out of statistics, manufacturing their own numbers and figures, are speaking contrary to the set figures. The Speaker, 2018, average ECOWAS was 9.3, 8.2 in 2019, 10.2 in 2020, 12.4 in 2021, and 9.4. In all these, Ghana is below. The Speaker, Ghana 2018 9.8, 2019 7.1, 2020 9.9, 2021 9.3, 2022 8.8. Again, let me quote Nigeria's inflation, consumer price inflation, 12.1 in 2018, 11.4 in 2019, 13.3 in 2020, 16.9 in 2021, 13.3 in 2022. The Speaker, the food inflation that my colleagues are talking about, when you net out year on year, you don't resort to pinnacle growth that is maybe monthly and then say that ours is the worst. Yes, for that month it may be the worst. Let's wait until the end of the year and you'll see where you really are. And your statement will change. That's because so you don't isolate 1 month or 2 months in the course of the year and typify and say that that is a trend in Ghana. That is poor trend analysis. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic also undermined the progress made in previous years in the economy in the ECOWAS sub-region regarding performance under the macroeconomic convergence criteria. Due to the impact of COVID-19 on lives and livelihoods, ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government suspended the convergence criteria for 2020 and 2021. As at the end of 2020, no ECOWAS country had met any of the 6 rationalized convergence criteria. The convergence criteria, by the way, the Speaker, the budget deficit including grants to GDP ratio, which should not exceed more than 3%, inflation annual average, which should not exceed 5%, central bank budget deficit financing, which should not exceed 10%, the Speaker, and then the gross international reserves, that should be more than three months cover. The Speaker, secondary criteria refers to the nominal exchange rate that should not go beyond 10%, and public debt to GDP that should also not be more than 70%. The Speaker, so when some members talk and make it appear as if Ghana's economic performance has been abysmal, they simply are not relating to the facts in the ECOWAS sub-region. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, 2020-2021 half-year ECOWAS multilateral surveillance report, Ghana achieved 3 out of the 6 criteria. Under President Mahama, the best we achieved at the time was 2 out of 10. Akufo-Addo, because it's now rationalized, achieves, even in this annus horribilis, we achieved 3 out of 6. And we dare compare your performance to that of Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, in the near term, the President indicated government through its economic revitalization program will seek to expand the economy with the provision of targeted fiscal stimuli, which will also ensure fiscal sustainability to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on business and to facilitate a quick and strong recovery of our economy. Thus, this will be done without undermining fiscal consolidation programs. Mr. Speaker, the future is bright for the country in spite of the rather apocalyptic pronouncements of doomsday prophets. Mr. Speaker, the President spoke about energy sufficiency in the country when he said, and I'm quoting him, we have kept the light on in spite of the worldwide upheaval in the energy sector and in spite of the huge legacy debts that we have inherited. Unquote. Again, the President stressed, quote, the national electricity access rate has increased from 85.17% in 2020 to 87.03% as of January 2022. The Speaker, we are indeed on course to achieve universal access to electricity by the end of the term of the President. That is some positive news to hear. However, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that much too high a percentage of our energy generation is dependent on fossil fuel. At a time the world is looking elsewhere, Ghana must also strategically reposition itself. Mr. Speaker, I cite the case of the United Arab Emirates, a major oil producer. Today, the focus is on nuclear energy generation. On Thursday, March 24th, 2022, the Unit 2 of the Baraka nuclear energy plant in Abu Dhabi was commissioned to commence commercial operation to add another 1,400 megawatts of clean electricity to our national grid. Earlier commissioned, the Unit 1 is producing another 1,400 megawatts. That is why the operator, Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation, said that the plant is thus far supplying 2,800 megawatts of electricity to their national grid. So, Speaker, the Baraka production unit has 4 APR 1,400 megawatts units. It is intended to roll out units 3 and 4 by 2025 to generate about 85% of Abu Dhabi's clean energy and about 25% of UAE's total electricity needs. In other words, 5,600 megawatts of nuclear energy shall be on stream in the Emirates, a major oil producer, and will cut over 22.5 million tons of emissions annually. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we must look at nuclear energy generation. It is clean and it is close to sustainability index. In the short term, the Ministry of Energy shall have to partner Zoomlion to transform daily waste, both liquid and solid, into energy generation. Mr. Speaker, the President, whilst conceding that the nation is going through some difficult times, asserted that government intends, I'm quoting him, government intends to continue to grow the economy to bring prosperity. This will only happen if we continue to invest in the future, he added. The President stated, and I quote him again, the free SHS and free TVET are the best vehicles we have devised to take us to the realization of our goal as an educated and skilled workforce. Continuing, the President said the TVET institutions are being upgraded and equipped to enable them to train the increased numbers of children that we want to be attracted to the sector to meet modern needs of our economy. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, the President said he's going to commission 34 refurbished MVTIs across the country. And again, he said, and I'm quoting him, 5 technical colleges will begin in the next few months in various parts of the country. 5 STEM universities are to be constructed in 5 of the new regions, naming them Western North, Savannah, Northeast, Ahafo, and Oti regions, unquote. This certainly is in line with the imperatives of Article 36(2)(d) of the Constitution, which provides, quote, the state shall in particular take all the necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy, whose underlying principles shall include undertaking even and balanced development of all regions and every part of its region of Ghana, and in particular, improving the conditions of life in the rural areas and generally redressing any imbalance in development between the rural and urban areas. The Speaker, from a lowly 0.9% growth in agriculture in 2016, the government's groundbreaking planting for food and jobs, planting for exports, planting for rural development continue to improve production efficiency, food security, profitability for our farmers, job creation and export, as well as establishing a basis for industrialization. The Speaker, yields in cereals and legumes, vegetables, maize, rice, and soya beans, plantain, cassava, cocoyam, and yam have increased astronomically, and these have improved the living conditions of farmers. That, indeed, is the true state of the nation today. In 2015, the then government distributed 16,600 guinea fowls to farmers up north, Upper East and Upper West regions. In 2020, the government and the Akufo-Addo program to distribute 105,000 guinea fowls to farmers in the Savannah zone. That is more than 6,500% over what was done by President Muhammad. The Speaker, that was a program, but for the COVID, which scaled it down somewhat. In 2015, the NDC distributed 30,000 brooded cockerels. In 2020, the NPP administration distributed 80,000 loaded corpus. In 2015, NDC distributed 450 sheep and 450 goats to farmers. In 2020, the program was 14,000 remnants to farmers. Mr. Speaker, employment. Agriculture has employed close to 800,000, created close to 800,000 jobs, most of them being farm-level employment. The Forestry Commission has engaged almost 100,000 people in the afforestation program. Over 2,700 agri-extension officers have been engaged to provide practical proficiency to farmers. Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why the President stated there is no doubt, but for the vigorous interventions we have made in agriculture in the past 5 years, which have made us much more self-reliant in our food needs, our country would have been at a much greater risk as the fallout from the dramatic worldwide increase in freight charges hit prices in our markets and our supermarket shelves. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this indeed is the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, in the health service, by the close of 2020, this government had employed over 70,000 new health workers of all categories. So much has been done within the health service. The nursing trainee allowances, which were cancelled by the Ms. Mahama administration, have been restored. Mr. Speaker, these are facts of life. Government's flagship One District, One Factory initiative is gathering steam, with business promoters being energized either to establish new factories or to transform existing manufacturing industries to contribute more profoundly to job creation across the country. As the President recounted, and I quote, out of a total of 278 1D, 1F projects at various stages of implementation in all 16 regions, 106 factories are currently operational. Over 148 are under construction, while 24 projects are at the mobilization stage. Unquote. The Speaker, it is well stated that, and I quote again, to bring the youth on board the 1D, 1F program, 58 out of the 278 1D, 1F projects have been developed as enterprises fully owned by youth groups with direct government support. Each of these 1D, 1F youth companies are owned by between 40 and 50 youth as shareholders. The Speaker, Eric. Mr. Speaker, there are also 5 medium-scale state-of-the-art agro-processing factories. Rice milling, the processing of maize integrates are in 5 districts, namely Doman West, Avelugu, Sajua Kontomra, Sajua Central, and Takwa in Swahili. The Speaker, vehicle assembly plants, Toyota, Suzuki, VW, Sinotruk, and Nissan have all established factories in Ghana. Kantanka has taken advantage to also expand. The benefits in employment and revenue to the country are profound. Ghana has been made the investment destination under President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Speaker, a government came and established one factory, a sugar cane factory at Komenda. After commissioning that factory, the factory never went. Guess what? In 8 years, after commissioning it, it never went. That party wants to come back to administer the country. The people of this country are in control of the factors that contribute to our welfare. Mr. Speaker, as part of the message delivered by the President, he made a categorical statement, and I'm quoting what the President said. He said, Mr. Speaker, it is in the road sector that we have registered the greatest infrastructure achievement. I know that the word unprecedented is often used with careless abandon in our public discourse, but I use it carefully and purposefully. In the 5 years of my government so far, more roads have been built, improved, and upgraded than any other equivalent period under any government in the history of Ghana. Some 10,875 kilometers of new roads have been constructed in these 5 years. Let me mention that yesterday it was my honor and great pleasure to have commissioned the Tamale interchange, the first such interchange in the northern sector of our country, which the people of Tamale celebrated. I consider it to be the most satisfying birthday present. We intend to continue with the building of roads around the country to accelerate the opening up of our country. Mr. Speaker, this statement has generated considerable heat. But, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, in 2016, when the then Minister for Roads and Highways, the Honorable Hussein Inusa, came to answer a question here in Parliament, and that was July 2016. That was in July 2016. Mr. Speaker, as the road minister, when he came here, in answering the question, he said the total road network in the country at that time amounted to 73,000. At the time President Kufuor was leaving, it was observed that Kufuor had left a total road network of 69,000. So when the Honorable Hussein Inusa came here, he stated that the total road network had increased from 69,000 to 73,000, an increase of about 4,000 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, after verification, it was seen that road construction under the Mills Mahama administration had really increased beyond the 73,000 that Hussein Inusa has stated here in the House. It came to the fore that really, after the verification, the road network, total road network, amounted to 78,402 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2021, the projected network size had increased to 94,203 kilometers. This length is currently undergoing validation by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, this is what the President spoke to. Mr. Speaker, technically, any activity on road amounts to construction. Hence, His Excellency the President's statement that so far more roads have been built, improved, and upgraded than any other equivalent period under any government in the history of Ghana is correct. Mr. Speaker, for those of them who are even saying that the Tamale project is a mere flyover and not an interchange, when they come to dispute the figures as given by the President, you excuse them, because they think that a flyover is not an interchange. Any separation of traffic which is tiered is described as an interchange, whether it's at the level of just one level or two levels or three levels or four levels, as we see at Pokwasi. Mr. Speaker, people should appreciate this before you go on to criticize the President. The Speaker, so that is the reality of our times. And I will urge colleagues that if anybody has any doubt in his mind about the road network in the country, you may file the appropriate question with the minister responsible for roads, and I believe that he will come and fill you in and you appreciate what really it means. The Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that the President urged all of us to recognize the difficulties that we are in, imposed by COVID circumstances, and lately by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and above all, by the delay in the passage in the e-levy bill, the latter of which will have some effect on our revenue streams. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, the President urged all of us to hold our heads high and bond together as one people, one nation with a common destiny, and face the future with courage, hope, and assurance. The President could not have put it in a better way: a call for national unity in times of adversity. Let us come together and do battle together to reposition this country. This is our land. This is our country. Speaker, that is what the country needs, not divisiveness and not fighting in Parliament. Let us lead the country by good example, and I believe the rest of the country will follow us. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your kind indulgence. Thank you once again.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, shall now put the question. The question is that this Honourable House thanks the President for the message on the state of the nation, which he delivered to this Honourable House on Wednesday, March 30th, 2022. So, those in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the motion is accordingly adopted. Shall, in accordance with Standing Order 52, formally convey the decision of the House to His Excellency the President. Yes, Honourable Member for Efutu.
Mr. Speaker, we do that. With your leave, I pray that at page 8, item 3 of the vote and proceedings of today, my name appears on 3.2 as being absent with permission. Mr. Speaker, we've passed that stage.
Honourable Leader, we have long
Mr. Speaker, that's why, Mr. Speaker,
I'm not returning to votes and proceedings. Sorry. Honourable members, it is past 2 p.m. and I wish to direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. The point is noted. Table office will be reviewed. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just that I'm not taking on the clerk. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that it was inadvertently placed at the absent with permission, though I was in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I am correcting it nicely. I'm not taking on the clerk.
The table office will
and
be
I'm not taking on the
now
speaker.
We are moving on.
I'm not raising
Honourable
issue of
Majority
partisanship.
Leader, one next.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Mr. Speaker. You've not been around for some time, and I've missed you, Mr. Speaker. You know, all I'm saying is that I am not taking on the clerk. Neither am I saying that they are partisan. All I'm saying is that this was a genuine mistake, and I've so corrected it. So I was present. Babaru.
Honourable members, it is past 2 p.m. Today is the last day off, and we intended to close at 2 p.m. Please, I'm not going to encourage any matters outside the agreed schedule. Yeah.
Speaker, we should be going on to page 9 on today's order paper and take item 11 and 12. Speaker, with your leave.
Very well. Item 11, motion.
By the Chairman of the Committee, Honourable Second Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. That's so. That notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2022 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, this is the ranking member of the committee or the chairman of the committee. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the procedural motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favour of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 12.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Ensembi ene na mfama mu a ye twerɛ sɛ nnwomtoni Chatawale eno no ankasa ne kanchema ba akopɛ lovey Elfrida sister ye kasa die eja toma kachi ye pan san so mu kire ma etire ebubo etirem na yɛda sɔre ya ensɛm a yɛkɔ so ɛwɔ ye Chatawale ne Snapchat so no enya asɛm keto akra ne ɔde afutuo nyina akwa mmarima a otwe mu sɛ wo ye bɛma bɔmɔde na page ma ye ma wo ho etan sɛ ma wo we ɔmo ye ntrɔfo ɔmo nka nokorɛ ene ne nkeka afi kwa de awareɛ kra ye scam nti wo no ma pa adwuma bi ye ne onya 60 years kra na obenya oba a obedɔ na obi nim nya ekoso efa no na afia no ne nkanchima ntem na so huhu ekoso ne twem sɛ yade o ntem atete ya nesa si ye wo yin so de yade a Elfrida anampo no Chatawale e ma me kanchi obi a sɛ sei ni sei na ekoso na so hwemu a ensem a ekoso no de otumu sɛ yade a enya asempa nti nso eguso a ehwɛ sɛ bibia bebem bia no yenso de be so me GhanaWeb 4. Na nsensem a ekoso efa ye Chatawale na afa no ankasa ne kanchema a ye fe no se Elfrida na otumu se omanfo enim ne ekoso esanse huhu a enam mframe mu akire mu se yade omu ntam atete ye pa eje eda wo no nya sankete se okọ Chatawale ne Snapchat so a ejai pa ni behwe nya sanketo a chotre to memafo se aware on me scam e ma ya trofo ene ne nkeka ntene omu nja aware na ene ne nkeka ho ene ye ba no manfo akire mu se na relationship at 3 months crampo endu ye a che abayo di ne birthday February kra na na nya asem keto amfia no nkremu nkrama emu chains ene ne nkeka wa yeto ina ni nyina echi no ene se asem esi anampo no mu ntam atiti ne no ene obi a so otiruma ono ye insider ode ato sell the bomb enim otroma na woni Snapchat so otwemu se Elfrida echiremu a sana Chatawale wonu Chatawale obi a ohye nipa so yie pa authoritative afin so wonu no onsan so mpo emu ade osan ye violent enu nta cha so mu ntam matete no na se na ye ka ne de ye nhyeda eni se ne onipa no ka no se ye nokro se nye nokro san se ye wonu mu ade Chatawale ya nampo na Elfrida omu mienu bia emfa ma metu dwa se ebi omu ntam atete na so bibia ne ebebo modin a se de bebre GhanaWeb asomfo.
Cameras, fascinating stages, great performances, and all the beautiful things that happen at the 5th edition of the 3 Music Awards, despite the technical hitches and glitches that caused a delay in the start of the event. In this edition of the show, we concentrate on the event that has got people talking. Later on, we'll focus on Will Smith and Chris Rock's rocky history at the Oscars. Well, it was an event for acting, but an act on the stage has caused controversies, with some saying that it was staged while others say it was real. We assess the issue as we bring the conversation home and look at how safe our comedians are. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's 60 minutes of great conversation. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. My guests are seated. Nenebi is a columnist and an author. He's the author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. Today he's showing me the cover of the book. Yes, we all know that the cover is nice. Nene, how be?
Sorry, I'm blessed and highly favored.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How was your weekend? How has your week been?
I had a long weekend because from when I came here for your program last week, I didn't go back to Adan. I stayed in Accra and I had a few events, a few meetings.
Marketing of the book
and all that. And then I went for the 3 music awards. Yeah, I went.
A bird whispered to me that you did not go alone.
I have company all the time. Some may be business companies, some may be personal companies, but I don't think who I was or was not with is any of your business on the show. I don't think who I was or was not with was any of your business or is any of your business. Stick to your program right now, please.
Hey! Vada Duchuma-Boateng is a columnist. She is the PRO for 3 Music Awards, the first ever female personality to have done this, as far as the history of the event is concerned. Vada, Akwaba.
Yeah.
Then free your mind.
Okay, so it's rather unfortunate that I've been in Accra, so obviously I don't have access to all my clothes. So I don't have access to my red, gold, green with a black star in the middle. So obviously I am not looking like I should look as a proud Ghanaian who is happy that my country is for the 3rd time going to, is it 4th time, right? For the 4th time, yeah, yes. Going to the World Cup to do Africa and the rest of the world, the football community proud once again. What I want to talk about was something alluding to what Tanaba and Amwa talked about the hoodlums at the stadium in Abuja. And Nigerians need to understand that when somebody is better than you at something, doesn't make you a lesser person. It makes you a lesser person than them. You understand?
But you see, this thing...
You see, Nigeria have a bigger population than us, but we have better jollof than them. So they should know that we are better than them in everything. They shouldn't let this be a reason why they are destroying their country furthermore, because now their president is going to look for reasons to, if they are going to renovate the stadium, inflating prices and stuff. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say that this, even though what they did was wrong, it's something that we've been seeing even in Ghana here. Referees get attacked when they go for...
I mean, in Senegal, this guy was attacked. What's the name? The Egypt guy, the one who plays for Liverpool. Salah was attacked in Senegal. But you see, there are levels to attack. The true battles at Salah. But breaking chairs, that have been happening in stadium in Ghana since 2001, has it?
Yeah, the May 9th.
Since May 9th, yeah. But even May 9th, okay, that's a different conversation. But that hasn't happened in Ghana in a very long time. People have learned and they've grown from it. I think that because Nigeria has a very bad league and they have a very bad football culture, they are not used to how to act in public.
Madam, I mean,
I'll say kudos to the coach, Otoado, and the new technical team. I think ever since he was appointed, there's been some vibrancy and discipline in the camp. And I'd like to commend him. On Nanaba, I think the tweet on the Jollof thing was quite interesting. Saying 7 Nigerians with Ghana Jollof. No one was the difference between gravels and... But I didn't quite like when she called out Milo Van Tel a fraudster. I mean, he didn't force himself on us. We appointed him as the coach. Since so we are righting our wrongs. I don't think they should call him out and say, oh, you're a fraudster. But I've always been saying this. I think that it was a football, it's in the genes.
Yeah.
So I've always said, in order to have quite a number of them in future, I don't
know,
debut, more from spam and go to spam bank. Yeah, because no, me, I mean, it's something that we can probe. What's my say? I mean, spam bank or Ghana has a won't go for spams. Yeah, frozen sperms.
No, I'm kidding.
And to see the ordinary ones, the talented guys. Because are you family? Say born and baby Jens as someone Jan. Bar 4 to 1, say born and a mojim. So we should, find a way of engaging more in such conversations. I mean, it's only that you see a young man walking around looking like you. looking like you around, but I think it's something that we can probe because it's a common thing. Most of the young guys, they go donate no much pounds be ashom. I mean, there are some students in UK who train could donate sperm now. Or they are
it's not about sperm donation you are talking about.
So no. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's something worth talking about. Let's have a generation of omono. Now, Chris Ato, I'm happy to see him come back. I mean, ombre fie, Jumani Bebre Waha, obetimi aye. Ne really one was quite sad, and I wonder why an uncle four pointed fingers at him say, Onim Hubi. And I don't know, only sad Milola Adigbite of Nigeria. I don't know how I'm with the work here. I felt said they were a great couple. I don't know why I ain't to me and work here. I was in here welcoming it back. There's been lots of comebacks, Abwa like Dada Boatsman now. We welcome him back home. Now, Sister Fia, Jabi and Baroni say in the carrier 10 beans. I told Sister Fia right here, say, Sa beef ne kosono, you were the biggest loser. Eno Baroni Ako on to be the best rapper by winning an award for that Afrima also. I don't know why Professor Okochin Ibasim was in the carrier 10 beans. Now also Sultana who send nominations near awards for Malby. So I don't know why she's making those claims. There's one thing I also want to talk about. Ambule say he slept with a lot of women.
He's been famous for a very long time.
I mean, away in your achievements. Penny for when I'm over Cassan when I am be a big thing. I'm more ever see you need swadi. But these kinds of conversations in your day, he has only man die and a day.
Maybe I now call interview to profile him. Look at his lifestyle aside music. You know how we can ask certain questions.
Yeah. No, but I mean, for me, dear, maybe our brand positioning, and a better whether you should respond to things like that and let them out. It's better you leave people to assume than to mention it. Say, my name might be
because me honestly, I mean, if we know say he's been championing high life. Who the neighbor, moody music on come. Say more call home so kakra na mu say.
And it's the same in the interviewer also. Then I be only my brother.
Oh, me who be Samia? Say you see, I don't have an issue with someone asking a question. It is. You decide what to answer and how you answer it. So when the person asks the question, you can say, oh, let's not focus on this. Or, let's talk about something else. If the person pushes, let the person know respectfully. This is not why you are here.
The reason why I'm saying this is ya form a perception about we are in somewhat the public eye. You see, TV, so to radio, so the perception is, what's Sanko for like. But there are other key things about to a Juma way. So be able to neighbor for someone in Betna TV so and also TV then a bever so. What's my say? And they shouldn't cement thoughts necessarily. TV so dear not just a woody. It's more than that.
All right, so that's
there's something to say.
You will not. That's why we give you the you came being Canadian. We are going for a break.
30 seconds.
Vida, I didn't know how to move it. 30 seconds.
I just when you mentioned I just remember something from my childhood, right? The year 2000, right? When there was a conversation about who was going to be the Black Star captain. It was between Siki Akono and Otuado. And they made Siki Akono the Black Star captain. In hindsight, I think that was a mistake. The same way they made Siki Akono the Black Star coach before going for Tuado. That's what I want to say.
Vida, was it worth it?
No, I regret it. I've regretted.
Congrats to the Black Stars. In fact, was it Friday? It was when? Tuesday, right? Friday and Tuesday. Charlie. Mama Ghana for NJ. It was serious. The atmosphere. Congrats. On that note, we go for a break. Welcome back. You're still watching Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with Nene B and Vida Educhumwa Boatin. We'll talk about the 3 music awards because a lot. So Kidi has won the Artist of the Year, second consecutive occasion. last year's edition, he was the Artist of the Year, and this year he was also the Artist of the Year. Black Sherif won 4 awards. We'll talk about all these and other issues when we return from Vogue.
Welcome guys to Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Irabina Everett. Now before we get down into business, I want to say a big congratulations to the Black Stars of Ghana for making it to the World Cup qualifiers. Yes, you are doing us proud. Go Ghana Black Stars! Today we are going to be looking at 4 personalities that slayed on the red carpet of the 3 Music Awards that happened over the weekend at the Grand Arena. The night saw a long list of artists slaying and rocking and standing out. I will do so right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. This is still Vogue on Bloggers Forum and GhanaWeb TV. Now, starting off, let's look at Hajia Forel. Now, Hajia Forel came out for action. She came for your jugular. She came to kill. She stood out in an all-black leather corset dress with some chain definitions on the bust and an extra hanging on the side. It was totally amazing. She had a simple ponytail and simple makeup and some red lips. Now, the red lips popped everything because, you know, it was black hair. So you need a little bit of color, and she gave us the color on her lips. Moving on, let's look at our angel Sina So. Now, Sina So definitely looked like an angel in an see-through mesh floor-length gown with some pearls and diamonds defining the whole outfit. Now, there was a long slit on the right side. What killed the whole outfit was her strap heels, gold strap heels, like the way it just tied up on her legs. And let me tell you, Sina So's got some sexy legs. Yes, Sina, keep doing your thing. Kiddy, yes, is number 3 on our list. I love what Kiddy wore. His blazer spoke life, it spoke volume. I like the gold definitions in the blazer. Of course, some simple black trousers. And, you know, Sugar Daddy was giving us some chest. Okay, Sugar Daddy. He had some red bottom men's shoes and some shades on his eyes. The whole look was beautiful. It was simple, elegant. I loved it. Now, finally, we have Akwabwa. Akwabwa had on... Now, I need to breathe for this one. He's the man of the hour. His song is topping charts, and I'm telling you, it's doing good. Akwaba had on a 3-piece red suit. Not everyone can rock a red suit, but Akwaba definitely rocked this red suit with some black top on the inside and some gold chains. See, that's it. Just check out the image. It was totally dope, and I loved it. Yes, my lovely people, so these are the 4 celebrities that did it for me on the red carpet of the 3 Music Awards. But let's not forget there were other personalities that looked their best. But yes, I'm going to be throwing the baton back to our Brantipa. See you next time.
And one of the personalities are Omudrepe during the 3 Music Awards, in fact. Say, if that they can say, oh yeah, I mean, what so that was the first day na me don't point you said that day na Allah. You will shoot your shot. Vida. Oh, ye fenade.
Me that's it.
Hey, what drepe?
Me that's it.
Na me who red carpet no so. Only one and you were on
with one actor. What's his name again? Oh, Amenya.
Okay.
She told me she was going to go on the red carpet.
So why didn't you go?
She told me she was going to be my date on the red carpet.
He wasn't.
But you already had a date. Your hands were full already.
He had an entanglement.
Hey,
it doesn't matter.
You were not ready to leave her there and join Vida. Was that the case?
Not the case. Vida was the one who asked me that she was
he
going
was
to do that.
spoon-feeding his
before
dates.
Before I saw her, she was on the red carpet with some guys. So I was heartbroken, so I didn't even go at all.
I see. Unfortunately, I was not at the event. I was not feeling well, so we had to stick to television. How was it like for you, Nene, when you were in the auditorium? Just a shorter, then I come to Vida for
so me in the auditorium, today I'm trying to be like Vida. So.
You've written your points. Nene, go.
I don't like when you do that.
He's labeled the 3 music awards, and it's here.
I think it was a virtually, visually appealing show with a high level of wow factors and an equally high level of technical hitches.
Break it down.
Brofona Mitroy, you know. I wrote that down so that I can use that same words. Because okay, so what I'm trying to say is that when you were in the auditorium, when you entered the auditorium, it felt like an experience. Even just from the, they call it a drip carpet.
Yeah.
From the drip carpet all the way to the auditorium, you felt like you were in for a new experience. It felt like you're coming to experience something you've never seen before. And they had 3 different presenters, and each have their stage. And they had a stage where there were performances, and members of the audience could stand and watch the quote-unquote red carpet, drip carpet that was happening. And they called it a pre-show. And I felt like that experience was wow in itself. Before you enter the auditorium, the sitting arrangement was not something we are used to. They had 3 stages, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the middle. And you know, I was at the auditorium the Friday before the show. And so I kind of had an idea what to expect, but still I felt wild when I went inside because they had glammed up the place, and I'll just say that it looked good, right? And from a technical perspective, it was still a Ghanaian show. When I say it was still a Ghanaian show, it was still subpar in some areas. There were, when the red carpet was happening, the drip carpet was happening, sometimes in auditorium you couldn't hear, what was the name? The people conducting, the
MCs?
The MCs and the people speaking. And I don't know how it was on TV, but in the auditorium, sometimes you couldn't hear them, sometimes the sound was cut off. And I felt like that was a problem for me in the auditorium. And obviously, you people keep bringing up the fact that I was with somebody, so let me address it. Because the person I was with told me that they were excited to be there because they didn't know what to expect, but their expectation was met and it was beyond it. So from that aspect, yes. But then they still prove that even though they're trying to be innovative and different and great at the 3 Music Awards, they still allow themselves to be Ghanaians. As in, mediocre is something that is associated with Ghanaians a lot. And I was disappointed with the technical hitches. Because the auditorium, anytime there was technical hitch, the lights were off, the place was dark, and that didn't augur well for me. So that's what I can say about it for now.
Okay. So I go home around 5. I left the office at a few minutes after 4. I go home around 5. I slept, took medicine and slept. I set an alarm actually because I knew it was going to show on TV3, and I knew that definitely it would be at 8 o'clock. So
they had told us I was going to start at 6 o'clock, but I didn't take that to heart.
Okay. So, so 8 o'clock, I set an alarm. When the alarm rang, I woke up, and then I noticed that they had started the drip carpet. I mean, it was okay. A few, I think it could have been better. Then after the red carpet, drip carpet, it took so long for them to come. They were playing music. They were showing us what to expect next. I was wondering what's happening. So I actually slept. And then I woke up around 11, and still TV3 was playing songs. In fact, they had switched to music. So I was like, on my point, hey, and you don't my point because between 9 and 11, Ghana Awards event, not knowing it was just about to start. But what was happening?
Okay, may appreciate what he said concerning your drip carpet, So over the years, the conversation has been, who are you wearing? What are you expecting tonight? And so we wanted to drift a little bit away from that into the performances. We infused performances in the drip carpet session. So right after that, we're ready to go in, say, 15 to 20 minutes. And then all of a sudden, you who say you feed no echo off. And there were talks about how we're going to get it back, and technicians some war floor no so area assuring say yeah on be fixing in temper. And there was some check it that they were able to check it, but still it wasn't coming on. And a few hitches here and there, and then finally you got two cable be a dahonum. Into almost 5 at the shape baby a shanana bibia san about beam. That was like after an hour or so, or even more. The Asha say a black sheriff performance no a buy no nesako of beam. Microphones no
obiko 2 yana obiko 2 cable no
yente and nesako open so in the nam then finally a share bibia koi a share bibia koi na fidi performances na kana etwa so enya dia na ye hwe ni mu say ABC. It wasn't something that we dream who say beba na sa because bibia ya cheshe no ya ran ya rehearsals. I was with Nene on the Friday no normal testing on niema fixing we were there, made sure say be check. I even watched the Ghana match just to make sure say bibia cause so
I left to watch the Ghana match.
Yeah, the chopper by my Ghana for say the technical hitch na yina blowing off. It wasn't something that you're showing him CBC. So you're very sorry. Yeah, that more to me. It's not see a chain money by and so I say keeping faith and you with us. You don't must
me say because you see. Yeah, event be that one cable will be hard against me don't point. Yeah, set up in every okay.
I thought around the vehicle, the transmission vehicle,
yeah. But any this way more
it wasn't something that it was deliberate.
No, it wasn't.
Everybody around there was.
It wasn't. We wanted to keep Nkofo engaged between the hours of 8 to 11 p.m. And to say that I'm share anything, and me sure say ya check na 12 midnight na ye now say the ultimate winner. And you know you lose some masses within some hours. No, idea high but some people were able to wait and sana transmission feed no yet me a restore. Now I didn't see your packaging for TV, even though I know your audience one and there were some ground rules they spelled it out, and just after then Anna Bibiasa call off. You say Obiantna say open washroom I waha Mobian chicha camera and I was so ready for the showdown. Then all of a sudden I feel Bibi article. So it's painful to explain, but Obia why events that Bianim says you maybe say it to me see.
3 stages. We set up on it there. In fact, Nefe. What went into
Tony did it.
Your boss did it?
No, Tony. Tometi. I'm just saying that his name is Tony. My name is Tony.
When you walk out 20, when you baby imagine go see him. Maybe it's Tony Pan.
Tony Pan.
Yeah. So what went into the decision of having 3 stages?
Okay.
All the setup, like everything, the production there and all that. Because me, what I saw, I watched from home. What I saw was nice, and people who have also watched the event, whether they were in the auditorium or they watched outside, have also expressed, satisfaction of a sort, and are encouraging you to do more in the subsequent years. What went into it?
I think one topical thing that people were talking about last year's performance was the change in the camera shots, any angles, any sets. No, they thought because it was something that was pre-taped and I pre-recorded. No, you pause it. Now you have we see any na ya so continuity I can't cinema music videos. So we wanted to create that experience. Say and yes, say it's me pause it can be seen and some it's me create a set like that. I think so now you pair a stage whereby a stage hands about we free swans and the next performance we want. You know, kind your time management plan you far, now so no used to stage back no be any trace said your service you would say sorry them but then we wanted to have Super Bowl feeling as I saying as a stadium as a basketball be now ocean say now stages no one share most of the performances Haja for real so shall say free back Oberie on the very last stage so to give us our pleasure and why I will show with you and so be your ne ni kana wetimi ahwe ato so that was the reason why I again no sa no
okay Super Bowl ya mama adwen akwa kosi sika o mo spend day wo so o mo de ya bibi fefe sa no event na costume be
say the yent me fan to Jans I'm sure say
why can say in future
say you decide this year the to Jan e bet me there but say dear we don't want to yempese figures no be disrupt the kind of attention artists on performing here any the awards itself no be yempese
I don't have a fair idea of the figure but I'll tell you.
No, you are not an authority. You right.
It's at the right time, no. Say scheme ni decide. They say be betuja. Why not? Yeah, the betuja.
Right. That's Vida Duchumabwati, the PRO for 3 Music Awards. Like I mentioned earlier, Kiddy for the second time was the artist of the year.
For the second time running, Kiddy was the artist of the year for 3 Music Awards 2022.
Shouts to every artist in this category. Shouts to you, Blacko. Love to you, my brother. Shouts to my team. Shouts to the fans. Charlie. Shouts to the DJ. Shouts to my family, my mom, Mambi. I know you're watching. Thanks to you, Ghana. I appreciate you so much. More music coming. I love you guys so much, man.
Congrats to Kiddy and all the winners on the night. Nenebi was rooting for Black Sheriff. Disappointed?
Black Sheriff is the future of Ghana music. He is the present and the future of Ghana music. The whole of today, I've been listening to the song he premiered at the awards.
Koku the Traveler,
Charlie. And there's something I noticed about the current crop of artists in Ghana who are rappers. When Sarkodie is making any moves, it's easy to tell that Sarkodie is influenced by Ye or J, right? And all the artists who are over the age of 25, it's easy to tell. But these new artists who grew up, in my book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It, I talked about how in 2001, when the government at the time changed the laws on criminal libel, it opened up the media, and then we had more private media. And the effect of that was the fact that hip-hop music videos were now being shown on TV in Ghana more regularly because there were more TV stations in Ghana. So these guys grew up on hip-hop, right? So they grew up having that I don't give a F mentality, daring mentality, right? And they are very comfortable with being superstars because they grew up in front of cameras, maybe with the adverts of social media in their teams and all that, right? So I wasn't disappointed for Black Sheriff because on the 9th he proved that he is a superstar with the way he opened the show. It's not even about the wow factor about the water dripping, which I'm disappointed with how the media is not covering it.
How?
I feel like it didn't get the attention I feel like it should have gotten. It got some media attention, but I feel like it didn't get enough for me.
How else were you expecting
when you
this?
Google Black Sheriff, right? When you Google Black Sheriff or Black Sheriff 3 Music Award, when you Google Black Sheriff, not today. I did that 2 days after the show.
Can be Google.
You can do that today.
No, I mean this is not today.
2 days after, 48 hours after the show, I did that because I was on the phone with somebody outside the country who had watched the show and he was wowed, and then we were talking about it, how the media was covering it. And the blogs, only GhanaWeb had specifically mentioned Black Sheriff's performance. No other blogs was talking about it. So I feel like it didn't get that much media attention as I felt like it should have gotten. But that is not on him. That is on the fact that...
But he also has a PR.
No. You see, there is news. It is news. And you see, the problem with the blogging, I don't want it to be about blogging, but the problem with bloggers these days is they don't know what is news. They think that it's only news if it is controversial or sexual. And that is not only news. Deborah posted some time ago that the biggest story, the story that got the most hits on his website was the John Dumelo's wedding. For a very long time, there was John Dumelo's wedding. People like positive news. People like celebrations too. And what Black Sheriff did is not something, that performance is not something that has been done by a lot of artists. This year, Ye did had some water in his performance. This is the second time I've been a Kanye West fan since 2005. This is the second time I've seen him perform with water on the stage ever. And I've seen it on the Grammy stage once. It was fun. That was in 2010, 2014, right? I think Stormy also did some performance similar. So this is not something that is a regular day occurrence. That was a monumental performance. This is the first time somebody is doing that in Ghana. So I was expecting more media coverage. But it's not even about that. It's about the fact that he was premiering the song. This is the first time people are hearing the song. And the energy he performed the song with made the people in the audience feel a part of the song. But it's always a risk when you're performing the song people don't know.
Yeah. It's true. Sarkodie did that with Brighter Day, and it was solid. Yeah, he actually got the people.
Sarkodie does that. Does that a lot. And very few artists are able to premiere songs and have the audience grab the audience from the beginning. I remember I was on my phone when I heard Jay Foley announce Black Shower. I still was on my phone, but the moment there was an eruption in the audience, and I raised my head. I realized, okay, Black Shower was on stage. That was even before the water came down.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know the actual time you checked on these blogs.
But, I mean, 2 days after the show.
But now you see it on the blogs, right?
Yeah, but if you have an event, it takes you more than 8 hours as an internet.
Because I saw the video all over YouTube. Like almost every blogger I know.
Because it was on TV immediately.
Yes.
It was on TV immediately, so obviously it will be on YouTube and Instagram.
No, I'm saying almost every blogger I know had the video on their YouTube channel.
But it wasn't on their website though.
I can't tell for the website.
It wasn't. I'm telling you it wasn't. It was
okay.
Okay, even if it wasn't on the when you said Black Sheriff News on Google, the only news that was there 48 hours after the show was the story from GhanaWeb and stories about him and his manager, stuff.
All right. Is that not an issue with SEO?
I don't know this thing. What I'm saying is that
I get it. Okay,
what I'm saying is that so I wasn't disappointed that he didn't win Artist of the Year because I'm hip hop biased. I have wanted only rappers to win every award,
including gospel
song. Gospel.
So
obviously, but then I'm from an objective point of view. Obviously, Kiddy had a very big year, and he had consistently big year for the past 3 years, and his song was considered one of the biggest songs of the year in the country, even though Black Sherry's song was bigger than his. Kiddy as an artist. And in Ghana, when they are judging Artist of the Year, they look at things like, did he stage his own show and all those things. So obviously, Kiddy did all those things. So Kiddy deserved to be Artist of the Year.
Okay. Apart from Black Sheriff, who else's performance did you enjoy, and whose performance was below par?
I didn't watch all the performances before I left. But then the performance that I was surprised by, and I'm sad about that, was Hadja Forreal's, Mona Forreal's performance.
Why?
It was a very good performance. And before then, I had never listened to any Mona song before, right? So I was sad because I got to listen to Mona and I didn't want to. I don't listen to bubblegum music. That's not just for me. There's nothing wrong with the music, just not for me. So listening to that music is, something that disappointed me. But the performance itself, she killed it. And she was miming.
Yeah, she did.
Yes.
And you expected her to do live?
She's an artist now.
So you expected her to do live?
She turned on the... You know why? I knew she was miming, right? But she made it too obvious when at the end of the performance, she turned on the mic and to say... what that thing she said?
Say what?
Say what? She didn't need to do that. Because then she turned on the mic was obvious that even if you are not somebody who knows that she was miming, yes, that was... So that performance is the best and worst performance on the night.
So, Vida, let me hear your analysis. Which performer apart from
Tuyebo, chair performances, you were hardcore dear, you were diva for dear, you were gospel for dear, and now you were donzo dear. So, with the diva, it was Mona Forreal, Senator. Say what for Honum. The Kwame Eugene tribute also to Nana Kwame Ampedu was very key because he na him say ni Nana Kwame Ampadu achievements in Juma wa ye wo nyum to adwuma nim yen celebrating that much. And I'm sure say nkofo hu Kwame Eugene will be on so they didn't quite expect say he was coming to do a befitting tribute to Nana Kwame Ampadu, and I salute him for how or deliver a nyum na or di onwa ni twist ni infusion to share mama the youth actually a jelly with the song. Obi ohana on tape Nana Kwame Ampadu millennials, but how he delivered on the song, and I'm pretty sure people will, you know, go, that's a Cinderella feel, bisana. And you know, free die way, you know, so the dime be out. You know, or say Odo saying Obia, then Camilo comes and says, "Oh, we Sugar King just a more dead." Then Kelvin Boy says, "Oh, don't you know, we're falling down flat." And then Kitty says, "Oh, we're falling there, we're touch it." Or don't know. I mean, say it was well arranged, and I loved Sir Odo bits. Black Sheriff the Uncle for Aka Amanesi.
Which of the performers do you think say could have done better?
Say what?
Well,
I
think say Omunina could have done, I mean, better. But then some will be out so because I didn't know it was scripted. Performance will be out on the script. Means me can say Obi can't say words at the end of the performance in Tiwanyade. I mean, you move from point A to B, and they all followed SAS scripts, not prepared to keep people entertained. And you know, me Hajia personally, no me penasem because she knows that she has challenges with the craft, you know. But I baby all build it. Wakofa Obi or trainer, sa Wakofa voice coach, we see studio. Or releasing in EP, yes. And then I may more respect Manepa and watch it, and I'm happy. Say 3 Music also acknowledged the progress in Jumano by giving her a spot too, and people loved it. And one thing I'm say commending were the dancers. They took the whole show to another level because the piano, because show dancers, no, it's more when you have performance, no, but way there it was well tailored. I mean, way back now we have our costume, our movement, we caught the right side. It be called left, so be called right. We who be me passa. So aside the no, ye nkrophobia, mama many J performances in ye pa. And now Obia Sunya necessary share Black Sheriff performance. No, share guys no buy a bare chested no. I mean, Bibia was well done.
One move here, say what? But you see, that line is catchy.
It's catchy.
It's very infectious.
I mean, let's encourage her.
No, honestly, you see, the voice. She has work to do.
Yes.
All right, and she admits that